Hi guys, I'm extremely excited here. I came to pick up my engine, my gearbox and all the other ancillaries I bought for my massive turbo build. So let's go and have a look what I got.
That's a good one!
Yeah, content! Let's have a look, what do we have here? Says a 6-speed dog box from a Golf GTI. Fully built engine. Couple of boxes with all the ancillaries. Now we just need to find a way to fit it all in the car.
12 seconds later.
Already on a stand, fully built forged engine. Let's open it. Sick. Has a new water pump, obviously all the new pulleys freshly painted. All the ports have been ported and polished. New thermostat housing with all the new stuff. Has Wasner pistons in there, H-beam conrods, King Racing bearings, you name it. Here's the new O2M gearbox. Has been rebuilt with dog box internals, so it's a 6-speed H-pattern dog box, capable of about 1000 Newton meters. Well, we'll see about that. I mean, I'm not gonna produce that much power, torque, so should be good. One of the boxes, let's have a look what's inside. Oh yes, oh yes. I'm not gonna lie, I cheated a little bit. I decided to buy that intake manifold. I mean, come on, look at it. It's amazingly beautiful and it's well crafted. I was gonna make my own. I even bought all the components, 4mm aluminium tube and also sheet metal. And to be honest with you, I was planning to do exactly the same, well, not exactly the same, but very similar design. But this one turned up at a really good price, so I just could not buy it. So we'll do something else with this one later. Okay, as expected, the exhaust manifold doesn't really fit. This bit and this bit is in the way, but I knew about that, and it's gonna be replaced with a pure motorsport breather plate, and also this thing can be simply cut off. One more box. Let's have a look what's inside. Oh yes, would you look at that. That's a short shifter by CB Motorsport. Also we have a complete pedal assembly. It's been converted already to accept hydraulic clutch. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this because I'm planning to modify the existing pedal box that I have. Some rockers and stuff like that. All the gaskets. Wonderful.
At Curry's, we receive 40 hours of training, but
just to give everyone an extra boost, I brought in this font of all knowledge. It takes a bit of getting used to, but it works.
You could buy now, pay later.
Buy now, pay in full within 9 months and pay no interest. Currys, experts beyond expectations.
Get iPad. More function, more fun. With O2 from under £10 a month for the first 3 months. Plus, get up to 6 months Apple Music and Apple TV Plus on us. It's a big deal. O2. See what you can do.
So let's go and have a look what I got. Already on a stand, fully built forged engine. Wasner pistons in there. O2M with dog box internals. Oh yes. Oh yes. Doesn't really fit. Would you look at that? Wonderful.
That's a good one.
Yeah, content. Alright guys, welcome back. We have one engine, we have 2 camshafts, we have 1 crazy Russian, and we have a bit less than 2 months to finish this engine because Nürburgring has been booked for 15th of April. And by the way, don't forget to subscribe. Hit that like button as well if you like this video, and let's get started. Santa's little helper.
Always ready to help. Although this is not a great job.
You must. What the hell am I doing right now? I've read user manual by Renault, and they say that whenever you're repeating the hydraulic tappers, you need to dip them in diesel. I was like, what the hell? Diesel? So I wrote a little post on Facebook, and some people were saying don't do anything with them because they're brand new, but the majority of people say just dip them in oil and put them back in there. So that's what I'm gonna do, I guess.
So what are you doing now?
I'm pre-lubing. There's a nice sachet of lube I took out of the bedroom, and it works wonders on both on females and Renault engines. I think it's called Red Dragon. Ignite the love passion liberally. Apply to all lobes and follow with the journal. I'm lying, it's a camshaft prelude. That shit is sticky.
BA brackets.
So in order to put a new engine in, you need to take the old engine out. Hey, Captain Obvious. So that's what we're doing right now. Rob, the Bob the ankle is helping out. Look, he's hiding. He's shy.
Yeah.
He's taking some really difficult brackets off. This is the state of the engine bay at the moment. It has to get worse before it gets better. So here we go. Now we're gonna try and see if the new custom manifold that I said was so beautiful is actually going to fit in this position. Obviously it would, because it came off the working engine, but I have power steering delete PMS brackety thing, so it would be amazing if it just fit it, just fit it. So let's see. See, it's very beautiful in here. Let's see if it's gonna clear the hood, the bonnet. Please, slowly. It does. Wonderful. Great success! Yay! Ladies and gentlemen, this is 101 on how to pull an engine. I was actually quite surprised. We tried it today just because we couldn't be bothered draining the coolant and all that. Literally just together with the oil cooler, all the ancillaries, none of that crap, and with the turbo still attached. It all came out in one go, so brilliant. Now we just need a pallet, put it on the pallet, move it somewhere somehow, I don't know how, and yeah. What? Alright guys, so I think that's it for this episode. Engine is out, one idiot is in. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe. Click that bell icon so you don't miss anything. Also, liking goes a long way. I basically have about 2 months to finish this off. Half of the job is clearly done. All I need to do is clean up in here, a few pieces rusting already, leak of paint. Also I need to try and modify the firewall for the pedal box to see if I can actually make it as far away from the driver as possible. Also I need to modify the subframe because O2M gearbox doesn't clear it. It's a trivial modification really. All I've seen is a one picture, this one. How hard can it be? So it's almost self-explanatory. Yeah, so that's it from me for this one, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. And by the way, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I wish you all the best in all of your endeavors. I'll see you after New Year. Welcome back guys, how's it going? No, we're not saying that. Welcome back guys, this is episode 3 of Big Bird. Welcome back to episode 3 of Big Bird Build. Today I will be trying to put the gearbox into its position so I know exactly where to cut the subframe. You know what they say, cut 7 times, measure once. No, measure 7 times, cut only once.
That's a good one.
Alright, so the gearbox is here. What I need to do first is take off this plate, obviously take out the flywheel and the clutch, so it's a bit lighter. Put it inside the engine bay and cut that bitch up. Okay, so what I've done, put a gearbox inside, measured up what I need to cut, and started chopping. So now I need to straighten the metal out, beat it into place with a persuader, weld it all around, put the gearbox back in, check again. I need the large persuader. Yeah. Alright, so after a little bit of persuasion, cutting and measuring, it's in. And I think it fits. I don't really like how the drive shaft thingy, cup, whatever it's called, it's too close to the subframe, but I don't want to chop anymore. And from a picture I've seen on EFI Parts website, he didn't modify it, so there is a couple of mil clearance there, so I assume it should be fine. So yeah, now I need to weld it, and I'm running out of gas. Maybe I need to run this on gas. Yeah, I'll report back when it's all welded. Alright, so the trivial modification of the subframe is complete. It was much easier than I actually thought it was going to be. Have a look. Alright, so the subframe is notched, so now I'm ready to finish off the engine, ready for fitting inside. So what I need to do now is
communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective communication. Grammarly's instant corrections make your writing high quality and mistake-free, so you can focus on saying what you mean. Grammarly ensures you communicate clearly with fluency suggestions tailored specifically for you. See why 98% of multilingual speakers using Grammarly report that it helps them write in English fluently. You can also accelerate your productivity by using Grammarly to quickly compose and reply in your own voice. English writing made easy. Download for free at Grammarly.com.
Ready for fitting inside. So what I need to do now is...
That's a good one!
Here we have my old engine. Let's have a look what's inside. We need to take the bottom pulley off. We need to take obviously the alternator, the lightweight pulley from here. This bracket we need to take off. We need to reuse this. We need to reuse this cover, and there is a little thingy bob at the back. Obviously, I'm not even going to mention that. All of this, the sandwich plates, need to be removed. All this needs to be removed. We still need to drain it of all the fluid. Yeah, let's get to work. Alright, so we're having a slight problem / issue, which is obviously solvable, I hope. I need to install a trigger wheel for my crank sensor because the flywheel I have does not have a missing tooth. So basically I got 36:1 150 mil EFI parts trigger wheel. It's supposed to be attached, mounted onto the crank pulley, which is what I have. This is the Pure Motorsport pulley. It has different slots and everything, but as you can see, the inside of the pulley is empty. So there is no way I can attach it to anything. Also, the center bolt has a massive washer, so it has to go through the center. So that thing sits like that. That thing will be like that. Sensor will be on this side. So what I'm thinking of doing, I'm not sure if it's gonna work. I'm hoping it's gonna work. I'm gonna weld it onto the pulley, make a few tacks, and then neatly cut away the whole center section and TIG weld it right on the seams in there. In theory, that's what I'm thinking. If I'll be very precise with my welding, it should not be off balanced, because obviously it's only 5 points and it's only 1 centimeter long each one. So theoretically, again, theoretically, it should work out all right. Scratch the last bit I did. Houston, we have a problem. It's not gonna work what I decided to do, for 2 good reasons. One is that Chris from EFI, he strongly, and I mean it strongly, suggested that I do not use lightened pulley on the camshaft, crankshaft. Kind of makes sense. Also, actually that's the only reason really. He just said don't use it because the imbalance or harmonic imbalance can lead to detonation, and that means bye-bye engine. So we have another plan. Using standard pulley, I can still, instead of welding, we can drill a couple of holes, tap it here and here, tap it with 6 mil, obviously cut the center out, and yeah, so let's get to it. Do you want to know how to build a race car? Then don't forget to subscribe. Click that bell icon so you don't miss anything. Alright, so what I've done as a collective as a unit of tuners and car racers and people who like to ruin their cars for no particular reason. So what we've done is we drilled and tapped, hopefully in the correct positions, the trigger wheel to the stock crank pulley. So now I need to screw it in, see if it actually is good, and then I need to cut the center bit out, maybe paint it, yeah, maybe pray that it's balanced enough. That's it.
Freddie! Surprise!
Dad!
What's going on with your son?
Wish I knew. He's got a girlfriend I've never even heard of. When I told him I wanted to spend more time with him, he said no.
It's just not a good time.
Have you considered that he hates you?
Don't sit there! Those are Christian Lacroix pillows.
So we can't sit on the couch.
Not in jeans.
New series, Frasier. Stream now on Paramount Plus.
Work out alright. It's not gonna work what I decided to do. That means bye-bye engine. Tap it here and here. So now I need to screw it in, maybe paint it, yeah, maybe pray that it's balanced enough.
That's a good one!
I mean, I can see it wobbling ever so slightly.
But it is very close.
Protection is everything. We don't want to be losing eyes, ears.
Later.
So the trigger wheel is firmly attached to the pulley. I'm very happy how it turned out. I tried to balance it, as you've seen, as much as possible. In my opinion, it's as close as I can get it. It's as close as anyone can get it in a home garage without the balancing equipment. Now we just need to try and put it on. so the next step, I need to make a bracket for crankshaft sensor, hole sensor thing. So we have our sprocket on the thing, so the sensor needs to be about 0.7 to 0.8 mil away from the thing. So what I'm thinking, there is 2 unused holes here and on here. Alright, so we made a bracket for the trigger wheel sensor. It's nice and sturdy and actually fits okay. The gap between the sensor and the wheel is 0.8 mil. I'm able to space it with these shims. They're 0.8 mil shims. Do you enjoy watching what I do? Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss anything. Click that bell. Hey, there is a hole I don't actually need, so I need to fill it with something. I'm thinking aluminium, obviously, race car, lightweight. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the existing pedal and we can use it as a template. I found this sheet of aluminium. I'm gonna cut a plate and look at that. Look at that. Bloody thing. Alright, so the engine is on a stand sideways. So the next step is
when cold and flu won't let you sleep, it's time to take action. Ask for Strong Stuff. Fast, unbeatable strength. Relief from aches and pains of cold and flu. To knock out those symptoms that keep you awake, rely on Night Nurse. Available only at the pharmacy counter.
Alright, so the engine is on a stand sideways. So the next step is...
That's a good one!
Quartermaster Extreme V 8.5 clutch. Looks quite racy, doesn't it? With all this blue anodizing. Alright, so gearbox is on the engine. Now we need to check for clearance for drive shafts. I have a sneaky suspicion that Renault decided, hey, we have too much metal, so let's just make a cast block with extra bits hanging out. So have a look here. This thing, literally not what we need. So let's get the grinder out. Okay, anyone? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. 3 mil to spare. Do you want to know how to build a race car? Then don't forget to subscribe. Click the bell icon so you don't miss anything. Alright, so let's put this engine inside, yeah? Bugger. I think we hit a little snag. Because I designed this manifold, obviously with the engine on the stand, it doesn't quite fit. I mean, it would fit, but because of the studs, it doesn't actually want to go on them. So there are a few bits of metal in a way. This little hump. We don't really want a hump unless it's a camel toe. I was gonna say camel toe hump. Anyways, let's not get distracted. This thing must go. Why? Because race car. Shall we see how it fits? Let's see. Let's see how it fits now. Yeah, boy! Happy days! Happy days! Well, not quite, because I actually chopped a bit more than I wanted to chop. I didn't actually plan on chopping that. I anticipated that it might need to be chopped, but I didn't plan. I was just like everything else I do, I was hoping that it will just come together like a good plan. I want to put a turbo and see what the turbo looks like in here. You still not subscribed to my channel? You're missing out, mate. Subscribe. Ah, now we chopped all this and we kind of stopped halfway through thinking this should be enough.
Yeah, tile. Westgate.
Yeah, a Westgate and also a downpipe.
Yeah.
Jesus, I mean, dude, I'm good. Look. That's the clearance I made without actually even just taking for measurements. So if I were to use this bracket, this would have been absolutely perfect. Plenty of space for the downpipe. It's perfect. Look at it. It's just literally so easy. Danger. 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 Never, never, never do this. Okay? I'm only doing it because I'm seasoned professional. Okay? And only because I still have 10 fingers. moment of truth. Just like I designed it. I mean, secretly I knew that some of it might be in a way, and I'll probably be chopping it off. I wasn't too concerned. I mean, you've seen it, it's just a bit of sheet metal. That whole panel is welded, so that's essentially a double layer of whatever. Theoretically, you can just completely get rid of the whole thing, but we didn't do it because this panel kind of sits on it nicely with all the things, and then obviously the bracket for my wiper is attached to it. Didn't really want, I mean, where do you draw the line? Once you start doing it, it's like chop this off, redo this, and then you can rebuild completely the whole car when it's been rebuilt like a year ago. So I think this will do for now.
Son, football is yours.
Remember the time when I thought it was a good idea to chop off half of my firewall? So now we have to make it back. So
That's a good one.
1 mil steel, cut to shape, made a little template out of cardboard, and yeah, should be good. It's definitely not the prettiest of welds in places. I have no idea, what is it with all metal, sheet metal, 0.8 mil, and when you weld it to the new one, it just wants to spit or blow holes. Whatever settings I've tried, I have no idea, it doesn't seem to work. If you know the answer to this question, please do leave me a comment below, and maybe you can suggest me some settings. I've tried everything, literally for like 1 hour I've been trying on some scrap pieces, and I don't know. Anyways, I think overall it looks alright. I mean, it's gonna be covered with another layer of shielding, and we should be good to go. Everything fits. I mean, those are okay, but that's new metal to new metal. Where it comes to the old one, it just wants to speed. I mean, it's alright. The main reason why I wanted to do this is because I have my fuel lines coming from here, and I didn't want to trust just a single layer of shielding. Let's have a look. Let's see if all my modifications made it.
20 minutes later.
Perfect! If it's your first time to my channel and you like this video, don't forget to subscribe. Click that bell icon so you don't miss anything.
That's a good one.
What can I tell you guys? One really good advice I can give you right now: never ask for any advice on car group forums or WhatsApp groups or Facebook, because all you're gonna get is, oh yeah, you should have done it like this. Anyways, I'm a member of one of the WhatsApp groups, Russian Clio guys and stuff like that, and I think I told you this before, but one of them said you need to remake the engine mounts. The original ones made out of aluminium are no good, they can crack and blah 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 blah. So here I am, remaking my engine mounts. So here's one of them that we need to remake. It's gonna be this one as well, and also we need another gearbox mount. Well, not really gearbox, but the secondary one going from here onto these mounting points onto the gearbox. Shamelessly, I'm planning to steal Pure Motorsport design. I hope they don't mind this one. I mean, to me it looks simple enough. A couple plates, the bushings. I actually got the bushings already, and yeah, it's not patented, so why not? Five mil steel for the base and for the top. This is the bracket that came with the box. This is parallel, as in horizontal. Nice and horizontal. The bushing will be like this on the top. Two mounting for this, two mounting for that, and then it will slot, obviously all weld around. Some reinforcement plate here and pick up on this side. I'll trim some of the sides so it's not as jugular and massive, and yeah, paint it and it will be sexy to go. Alright, so this is what I end up with. Quite a simple bracket with a really hard Black Series polyurethane Powerflex bushing. This one is for the gearbox. 3 mounting points, stock O2M mounting points. And this bracket is to attach to the chassis. Again, I've used 3 mounting points as it's on a stock Clio. It's 5 mil steel. Next step would be to paint it, but I think it's plenty strong.
New series, Frasier, stream now on Paramount+.
Blah, 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 blah. So here I am, remaking my engine mounts.
That's a good one!
Little progress. So what do we have here? Made a bracket similar to what I've done on the other side. It's shameful knockoff of the Pure Motorsport one. Hey, their design works, so why not? Also, I'm not sure if it's similar to design they're making, but basically, as you can see, I am making this bracket, so some riser bars and then 5mm steel all around, and then we'll just need a topper slightly bent with 2 uprights, and then I'll probably use this mounting point as well, so we have 4 mounting points, so it actually attaches straight to the thing. So yeah, progress. You're still not subscribed, you're missing out. Click subscribe and that bell icon so you don't miss anything. quite impressed actually with my fabricating skills. Definitely getting better. Well, I think. Obviously somebody who is doing it day in day out, they might have other ideas. But yeah, all I need to do now is paint and fit it back. And here is a complete final assembly. This is looking good, if you don't mind me saying that. I reckon will be plenty strong to support the engine and the gearbox in place. So yeah, one job off the list. Tick! There's a bit of metal in the way. How do we solve this? Let me think. Oh, I know. Let's get the power tools out.
That's a good one!
Alright, so the engine mounts are on. I'm very happy how it turned out. So the next step is to feed manifold. Let me show you what the problem I have. Can you see anything? Anything that might be a problem in this setup? Anything? Can you see anything? Oh, there's a bit of metal in the way. We're gonna chop this whole thing off, and then just to make a nice little space frame-ish bar that will also act as a support for the bonnet pin, and also the headlight blanks. That's about it. I mean, as far as I know, it's not really serving any purpose. Plus, I'm going to be putting something back in there, so it should be good. Nothing is ever easy, is it? So we have that new brace for the headlight thingy attached, but there is very little space. Very little space. Because I made this bracket, so it should be something like this. It will be very, very close. Very, very tight, but it should be doable. Problem solved. It's a tight fit, but it fits. Pedal box time, pedal box time. As always, there's issues. That bloody thing, the little brace, it's in the way. Well, it's not really in a way. I mean, I can make it work without removing it. It's just the pedals will be a little bit higher, but I want it to be neat. I want it to be, you know, spot on, just the way I like it. Otherwise, what's the point of doing all this custom work? So the plan is chop a bit more metal, make a plate, a bracket for the pedals, weld it in, screw the pedals in, run the lines, bleed them, and yeah, measure how many times and cut how many times. Yeah, anyways, let's get cracking. Are you fed up with that coronavirus as much as everyone else? I bet you are. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel and click that like button as well.
wipe and it's sorted. Dettol's trusted germ kill with 10 times more cleaning power.
My legs are almost stretched. If you look at it, you can probably tell. It's good. I have support underneath. So I'm definitely happy happy with the position of the pedals. Now we have another issue. Well, it's not an issue. I mean, I always make it like it's an issue. Let me show you the little foot plate. This is the original one that I had before. So I was thinking, let me get a different angle. So I was thinking of just putting it like this, because you kind of need something, right? Because of the gap. So I was thinking of just having it like this. But the problem I see is here, because all of my lines are going to be coming out from here, and that's where your leg sits. So all of this is really untidy. So we're not going to use that. Instead, we're going to use that. Checkered. So the idea is to make similar plate like this over here, 33 centimeters by whichever length, and then I'll make a box to the same height like this, and yeah, weld it, and should be golden.
3 hours later. 3 weeks later.
Being stuck at home without racing for another 3 weeks now, you kind of end up finding new jobs to do on the car. So what I figured out is that I want a bit more protection for the resting leg, left leg, you know, where the clutch is. Clearly you do. Currently, well, that's what I made. That's the original thingy bob that goes on top. So we've made this footrest plate and I welded that. But because I have bias cable and also all of this stuff, and it's just a bit, I'm fearing that, you know, in a heat of rest you'll just be constantly heating that stuff. So I want it to be sort of kind of protected. So what I've made is a couple of templates, and I reckon like that, and most likely something like that. So now it's going to be well protected. Obviously we're going to drill some really nice dimpled holes like that here and there, and weld it all around. But I think overall it will look really, really good. Any excuse to practice some aluminium welding. I like aluminium welding. Let's go. So I already pre-cut the aluminium plates, and I actually welded them already. I mean, that part, that weld, I reckon that looks good. I'm learning. So something like this. Come out as a one part. And obviously there's a attachment hole there and there, so it should be rigid enough. Alright, so it's welded. Now let's drill some holes and make some dimple die weight saving.
Moments later.
Sometimes I take it a little bit too far with my fabrication, but I can only blame coronavirus for that, so behold. Yeah, lots of dimple die. I mean, die is quite sexy looking if you don't While I'm saying that, let's see how it fits inside. Oh yes, I reckon that looks pretty good. If you ask me, I think that looks professional enough. A real race car. So 3 dimple dies on the side, 1 smaller one there. I've added a few to the bottom. It's all welded, it's all screwed in, all applied. And the next step is, fuck, I don't know what the next step is. I reckon the next step would be fitting it. Still waiting for a few parts. Yeah. Next one I'm doing is all the intercooler piping. Yeah, 57 mil intercooler piping, which is 2.25 inch diameter. I reckon it's plenty big, considering that the exit on the turbo is only 51 mil, which is 2 inch. So yeah, there is no need to go anything bigger than that. The charge pipes going to throttle body. I'm gonna have this taxi bad boy sitting like this, and then we have to make a new one going from there, something like that, maybe a pie cut in between into here, and we can have a 90 going up in between there into the turbo, and then a 76 mil coming into this enclosure. Yeah, as you can probably see from my aluminium welding, I've literally done almost no aluminium welding, so it will hold. There is definitely penetration. I've done my research, but they're not very pretty. Honestly, I don't really care. I mean, if I was a professional welder, then yeah, I would, but it's literally one of the first aluminium jobs I've ever done. So if it holds, it holds. So yeah, let's get cracking. Alright, let's make some pie cuts. Pie cut? You may ask, what the hell is pie cut? Well, pie cut is when you cut pieces of pipe in a little pies, and then you can make any angle that you want. Why, you may ask, is because now that all this piping is done, I need to route my my air filter pipe onto the turbo but I want it in here, like this. I want the filter. So it has to go all the way down like this, bend over and come in there. So yeah, let's do some pie cuts. And yeah, safety first. I like it. Do you like it? Click like.
Several bad puns later.
In order to make a pie cut, we need to measure our pipe first. We need a middle distance. The pipe is 3 inch, so we're gonna measure 1.5 inch. Then we're gonna draw a line, and then when we cut it, we can simply rotate the pipe and it will give us a perfect angle. We're gonna be making 9-degree pine cuts. For this, we need to cut each side at 4.5 degrees, and together it will be 9. This way we can achieve the best radius. Making a first cut. So we made the first cut. Now what we have to do is rotate it 180 degrees to the markings that we have. And we also need to find perfect distance for cutting. This distance in here, the thin bit, this will determine the radius of the bend. The smaller this distance is, the smaller the bend we can make. Now we'll put the stopper. So every next cut will be exactly the same. Gosh, this is really thin. So we have 20 of pie cuts. Yeah, now I need to weld it. So to recap, those are 4.5 degree pie cuts. Well, they are 9 degree pie cuts. 10 of them make 90 degree angle. They are 4.5 on each side, making up to 90. I have 20 of them, so that basically means 2 90s or 180 degrees. So if the pipe goes down, that's about 90. And then we need to clock it like that and then up again. But the beauty with pie cuts is that it's not only the angle. While you're doing the angle, you can actually clock them and at the same time have a compound bend. So yeah, that's a lot of welding.
2 hours later.
Man, that looks pretty. It takes quite a bit of time to actually make it all fit and stuff, but I think that if I can weld it nicely, will work beautifully. And then just need another 45-60 degree there to connect to the filter. Yeah, sometimes I think I'm a bit more than I can chew. Never done aluminium welding, but how hard can it be, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
After a whole day of welding, that was a good practice. Let me introduce you. I think that looks spot on. I know some haters might say, yeah, what was the point? He could have just got some bends, but I wanted to practice and I wanted a pie cut pipe. Plus, it's quite a compound curve. There is no way you can do it like that. I mean, look, the diameter is really, really small, and I really wanted it to be like that, and I'm very happy. Very, 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 very happy. Yeah, so now I have to redo the other pipe because that looks crap. Yeah, so that's how you do pie cut. Don't forget to subscribe, click like if you like it. If you didn't even like it, still click like. And yeah, let's find another job. Guys, you don't want to miss it. We're going to be fitting a big gay wing.
That's a good one!
Here we are. How beautiful is this? There's a number of, well, I don't want to say number. There is definitely one particular wing that everyone fits. It's made by BYC. I fitted one of the wings to Audi TT. If you want to see it, link is in the description. I wasn't happy with the way they've positioned their bracket. Essentially, that's where it's attached to. It's okay if your boot is metal, I suppose. Mine is plastic fiberglass. They say that they can put like some spreader plates on the back, but I personally don't think it will be good enough for my application because I want something quite special. Let me show you. I want a fully adjustable DRS wing. Yes, you heard it, a DRS wing on a Clio. I haven't seen it done on a Clio. In fact, I haven't seen it done on many cars, to be honest with you. Either people are not documenting it, or they've tried it, it doesn't work, and that's why you don't see it, because people don't want to be embarrassed, like, oh, look what we've done, it's crap. Obviously, things like this, the DRS exists on the Formula 1 cars, but I'm not pretending for 1 second that I'm trying to build a Formula 1 car. I just want the ability to lower the wing on the straights, to reduce drag, so I can achieve more speed. Actually, it would be really interesting to test. For example, at Bedford, they have a really long straight. I'll definitely test it with the wing at full attack, full downforce, maximum speed, and then I'll obviously lower it and do it that way. I have a draggy little dongle that measures all of the speeds and acceleration and stuff like that, and at least we'll get a really clear picture whether it's even worth it. You know, if we will increase the speed by up to 10 miles an hour on a straight, that is significant. That is significant. I don't know. I just want to have another button on the steering wheel. Is the actuator I'm going to be using. It's the finest eBay jobby. This one is actually 200 newtons. 30 mil per second. It actually may be not the fastest one, and maybe it's not gonna work. It has a 100 mil throw. I'm not gonna need 100 by my calculations. I think I will need 60. So basically this will raise it to 60 in about 2 seconds, which at 120 miles an hour speed is roughly 100 meters. I have a feeling it's not fast enough. But I bought this in December, and they were quite expensive. I think, well, actually no, not compared to, I mean, to the ones that you can actually buy from reputable shops. Paid 60 quid for both of them. I don't really want to go and buy another one, so I will try with these if they work. If it's too slow, I know they have much faster actuators. Maybe I don't even need 60 mil. Maybe I can actually do with 30 or 40, then it's 1 second, then it's only 50 meters. I mean, 50 meters is still a fair distance, but as it will raise it gradually, it will gradually reduce the downforce. Yeah. This is definitely one of those moments where I measure 20 fucking times and cut only 3 times. What I'm gonna try and do is make brackets like that. So the rose joint of the wing that is right there on the end is not actually, because originally it was planned to be like that, but I feel it will be only 1 point of contact to the inner skin. So I either make a little spreader plate, but then it will be too deep, so I would need to cut too much of this. Also, I kind of want it to be a bit further out, the spoiler. So I think this would work really well. 5 mil steel. I mean, they're not gonna weigh that much because they're pretty small, but I don't think weight is a really deciding factor here. And then we can have 3 bolts, one there, one there, one there. So it's firmly attached to this one, and because it's double skinned, it kind of goes all the way around. So this is definitely one of the stronger parts. I need some reinforcement for the wing, the lower mount, obviously where the main pivot is going to be. So we're gonna make a reinforcing plate, we're gonna bend it, make a cutout. That's where lost the word.
1 hour later.
God damn it. Bell crank lever. That's what I'm using. The idea is to have it like this. So obviously that one will weld to this bracket. So the whole bracket on the side for the top and the lower will be as one piece. And this way I will spread the load. It will be 4 bolts here, 3 bolts at the top. The cutout for the bell crank lever to go up and down. And it will be a pinion on this side. So yeah, need to make them. Yeah, making Wolverine claws. Wow. Then I really will bring claws. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Now we need to bend them. Right here where I marked it. And to do that, we're gonna use a really cool tool. I'm so excited that I have it now. Yes! It's a bender for your vise. It's magnetic. Slots in like that. Then you position your work like that, and then you wind it, and boom, boom, you end up with perfect angles like this. And the reason why we did all this is that this goes in like that. Obviously a little tack at the top, a couple of bolts here and there, but this will very nicely reinforce the whole spoiler assembly. If you're fed up with all this coronavirus bullshit, why not subscribe to my channel? I have plenty of content, some car reviews, and I'm building a race car, supposedly the fastest one in the UK, so subscribe! So now we need to make a bell crank arm, lever, whatever you want to call it. So I've made a few different designs and workings and stuff. I think I'm just going to go for a simpler one like this, with a little lip there, just to add a bit more strength. I want it to be adjustable, so I can actually adjust the rate of actuator speed versus distance and stuff like that. In order to do that, if you have a basic laws of physics, I guess, engineering, physics, anyways, if you have equal distances, then the motion transferred from the shaft will be equal to the motion coming out of the bell crank. So if this is 9 centimeters, 9 centimeters, this will be even. So if this moves 20 mil, then the spoiler will move 20 mil. I need to be able to adjust that because those actuators, they have some limiting stops inside. The original one was 100 mil, so I actually took it all apart, resoldered it, and made it so it goes 21 mil. 21 mil might be a bit too much because I need a difference of 4.5 degrees between up position and down position. In order to achieve the adjustment that I need, I want to put a rose joint in here. By doing so, as you can see on this picture, I'll be able to adjust that distance. So it would be able to go from 9 shorter, and basically that will create a bigger movement and faster speed, or longer, this will be slower speed but less movement. I don't think speed would matter that much because we're only moving about 20 mil and this actuator does 30 mil per second. So it will be under a second, half a second, and I think it should work. So we're gonna cut this bit out. I already made a few markings. Then on the lathe I'm gonna make a thingy bob like that. Actually you can easily just buy that, obviously, but why if I have a lathe? And then this will be welded on there, and then this will be able to be adjusted. Also I'm gonna make a little pinion, because I bought some of those really fancy bearings. They are really thin, and obviously I want it to be nice and smooth, so this will be in between the chassis brackets and the thing, and it will sit on a pin. So it's a 10 mil in diameter. It will have like a flat surface on the back, and it will be secured with bolts like that. So theoretically it should give me smooth motion, and it will be nice and tight on there. So yeah, let's get cracking. Little tip: if you need to make two identical parts, obviously you cut them sort of roughly, and then what you do, you put one on top of another and you tack weld it on the seams somewhere. and that way you can drill them at the same time, and you know that the hole is going to be in exactly the same position. You can grind them smooth around the corners. For example, here you see I need a nice radius. It would be impossible to do both of them exactly the same separately. So like that, you see, like here for example, once I tack it and grind it all together, they will be identical, basically mirror finished. Welcome back. In this video we're going to be fitting a big gay wing. It's a custom wing for my Clio. You don't want to miss it.
That's a good one!
So, very sexy little brackets with lots of holes in them. Weight saving. In all honesty, that's quite a considerable difference between just a thingy bob. I didn't weigh it, but yeah, well, almost a half. Anyway, so those are the brackets. This hole is for attachment to the chassis, like that. That's for the wing, and this is where rose jointy thingy bob is gonna be sitting, like that. So we have a nice adjustable bell crank. And now, pièce de résistance. Yeah, I get to use it again. I've done something little yesterday, nothing worth showing, but yeah, have my rod in there, and now I need to make the pins that is gonna be sitting on those, and for actually quite a few things. So yeah. After a couple of hours of fucking around, yes, it took more than a couple of hours. It's all new to me. I have 2 new shoulder bolts. Yeah, let's fit it and see how it works. Okay, that's a basic setup. So now we need... I have to admit, it's not the lightest setup. So all the brackets, well, not all the brackets, 2 brackets that I already welded onto the roll cage, that's probably 150-200 grams. Yeah, it comes to 2.839. So it's safe to say it's 3 kilos of actuators and all the brackets, plus the spoiler itself. Yeah. I mean, we want downforce, right? So at least we know that it's going to be making 3 kilos of downforce on the back. Yeah, why not? Alright, let's recap what we have over here. We have one actuator attached to the roll cage through the bracket and a rose joint. Then it's attached to the bell crank going through the opening that I've kind of neatly cut out. And to that pinion will be adjustable rod that connects to the wing, and this is where the main wing attaches to. We will have this little system. This is just a mock-up with a button on a steering wheel. So in the normal powered on but off position, the wing is in its optimal downforce up position. Lots of drag, lots of downforce. But when we want a little bit more speed, it will go down. Very cool, hey? Race cars. Yeah, it's a gimmick. I like it though. One of the guys kind of suggested, why not have DRS on your Clio? He knows I can build things. So I was like, hold my beer, challenge accepted. Anyways, we'll see how it works. I mean, there is a very likelihood that I will disable all the actuators and literally just bolt it straight on. So, and choose what particular angle. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, it's a learning curve, but it'll definitely be a talking point at track days. People will. I mean, I haven't seen anything like this in person, so it's. I mean, it's been done before, obviously, but maybe not like this. And yeah, exciting. So next thing, let's bolt the wing on. Cut the openings for the bottom bell cranks. Yeah, adjust it. The idea was that I needed about 4.5 degrees difference between optimal downforce and low. So yeah.
Next morning.
Alright, so preliminary tests show that I had too much angle, too much lift of the wing from low to high position. It was turning out to be about 7 degrees according to the CFD calculation for the drag lift ratio. That was way too much. So I needed to achieve about 4.5 degrees, and I got it. So this is a full lift, top down force at all the corners. And this is 4.5 degrees later. That's reduced downforce, reduced drag. How I did that? Simple. We just needed the longer bell crank. I've done a little calculation. Okay, as you can see from this simple drawing, we need to calculate the travel distance of the spoiler up and down movement versus the actuator movement left and right. Actuator moves 19.9, let's say 20 mil left to right. So we can use the simple diagram and rotate it. We need to achieve 4.5 degrees roughly. So as you can see on the first scale, that's where roughly the actuator is at the moment. So if we move it 20 mil from 5 to 7, on the right hand side you can see that the spoiler moves about 24 mil. We need to decrease that to about 15. So if we move the spoiler about 15, we can see that our actuator movement comes onto number 3. So number 4. So extra 3 centimeters we need to elongate. The
1 hour later.
That stays constant. And the bottom one, we need 95 plus 3 or 4 centimeters. So it will be 120 plus or minus. And all I had to do is machine that little slotted insert, which is 30 mil long. And just like that, my homemade DRS is finished. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Would you like to see the final product? Of course you would. Let's have a look. Alright, electronics. To control the spoiler, I fitted a 8-pin relay. Effectively what it does, it reverses polarity. When the relay is energized, it does something, and then when it's not energized, it returns to original position. We have that little button controlling everything. I could not find the appropriate one that would say DRS or spoiler or downforce or whatever, so I put NO2, and if you press it, can you hear? Turn. Some very exciting stuff. So yes, it's official. The Clio has DRS. Well, if you can call it DRS. The main idea is to be able to lower the spoiler to reduce drag on long straights like at Bedford or Snetterton at the ring. I don't know how well it's going to work. According to the CFD calculations for this wing, it's a high lift, high drag ratio. It's optimized at the down position, so when it's up, it obviously will give a bit more downforce. How well it's gonna work, no idea. I mean, obviously it's not gonna go into the wind tunnel, but I have draggy, so I would be able to measure acceleration and top speed. I'm hoping if it gives me extra 10 miles an hour on the straight, that should be good enough. Other than that, fuck, it looks cool, doesn't it? Yeah. You've seen it here first.
That's a good one!
So yeah guys, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe, click that like button. I have a few other things that I have in store for this Clio. So yeah, until the next one. Bye! Welcome back guys. Today I'll be making a header tank. I've never done one before, but I'm gonna show you how it's done. Let's get started.
That's a good one!
So I found another problem I didn't know existed. Basically, the existing header tank that I have, which is a sexy little thing like that, made by whoever it's made by, I have no idea. The original location is somewhere here, obviously on a firewall, but that's where my turbo is going to be sitting, so we cannot have it there. So I was thinking, where can I put it? It doesn't fit. I could possibly put it on the other side, but it's going to be too far away for the pipe to run, and this is the pipe for the radiator. Hence what I've decided to do. So let me show you. Where is my measuring device? It's the same diameter. Oh, by the way, you remember when I said I cheated? I bought this. This was supposed to be for my intake manifold, and obviously I have a really sexy jobby here. So it's 115 mil. This is the same diameter. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new header tank that is gonna sit in here. I reckon that's gonna be very neat. And then obviously I'll make a spout that is gonna come out here, and then we'll make a little entry point, so it'll be together with washer fluid and the thing here. And then all the pipings, well, only 2 pipes really, will run from here. And I can actually make one AN4 fitting for the turbo. So we have 3 mil aluminum sheet. We're gonna cut 2 circles. Then we're taking this tube. I already measured it. The original header tank is 2 liters capacity. It's 130 mil diameter and 150 mil height. So this tube is 115, so we need 190 millimeters, which is not that big. I mean, in comparison, if we compare it to the original one, $190, that is marginal. So yeah, cut 2 circles, literally weld them on each side, so that becomes a tube. Then I have this little sexy race thing, and then it's gonna be like that. We just need a little angling thingy bob, and then 2 spouts. I mean, I really want to have something like this, but because it's going to be hidden under this scuffle panel, it's not going to be visible. And beside a lot of the tanks I've seen, you don't need them. I mean, I've never used it. You literally just open this thing and you can actually see how much coolant you have. So let's get cracking.
Can't wait till under the tree. Light him up real good.
Pack them in. Pack them in.
Put that one right under the tree. Wait, wrap that one with ribbon.
Santa likes it packed tight.
I'm gonna show you something I'm quite proud of. Just finished it. Unfortunately, well, not fortunate, I'm getting tired. I wasn't filming a lot of it, so you probably missed lots of parts, but it's the end piece that is really important. Ta-da! My custom header tank. It's not the prettiest. Probably doesn't function as well as some of the off-the-shelf fabricated ones. But hey, it's mine. It's 100% DIY. Yeah, the reason why I wasn't really filming is because I'm rushing to do everything. It's supposed to go for mapping on Thursday, so the car has to be finished by Wednesday. Today is the 22nd of March, Monday. And to you, when you probably see this video, because obviously it takes me time to upload them and edit and stuff, to you it's not going to be the news. To me it was the news that all track activity has been suspended for 30 days. So no Bedford, no Nürburgring. So I guess no reason for me to go to Liverpool for mapping. I can postpone it for a week or 2. So yeah. Let's fit it back in the car and do the plumbing. Literally all is left is finish the plumbing, fuel lines, and a few sensors. Yeah, the end is near. Do you want to know how to build a race car? Then don't forget to subscribe. Click that bell icon so you don't miss anything.
Meanwhile.
Alright, so now I need to figure out the position of the new shifter. We have this amazing jobby. Oh yeah, look at that. JB motoring. Looks good. Anyways, here's the old position. As you can see, there's a big hole here. That's where the original one comes from. I'm gonna reuse the mounting point that I made. I moved it 1.5 inches before. And then the shifter will go like this, but also what I want to do is I want to raise it. So we'll make it risers. So it's gonna sit like so. Should be good. Yeah, scratch that. I'm not gonna use steel. All I have is 4mm and it's way too heavy. Race car in it. I'm gonna use aluminium. I have plenty of that. So 4mm aluminium, and then the risers will be bolted from underneath. Should be good? Exhaust time. Yeah, downpipe is not as easy as everything else, purely because of access.
That's a good one!
So the first 90 are already welded to the flange. So now we need to figure out how else to run it. So I figure another 90 like this, straight. Hence why I repositioned this cable, because it was going right there from the top. So the downpipe was literally going in between, and I don't like that. So now it makes it a lot easier because I can actually make, can't really see it here. I can put another heat shield here, just a bit of foil thingy like that, so it can cover these cables, so the downpipe is not going to melt anything. We get good penetration. I'm happy with that. I'm getting a little better, I think. Yeah, still a little bit sloppy. Oh, don't look at that one. So yeah, that's first part. Let's see how it fits. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. Now we need to fit this one. Something like this. So I need to pipe to look something like this. In order to do that, we need to make another little pie cut in there. Can't see shit through here. RuskiWeld shit. Yeah, bit of a gap, just so we can reach here. Should be okay. And then side exit. I always talk about, and the next step is, obviously there are too many steps and it's all in my head, thankfully. Let me show you the downpipe and all the chibam that needs to be finished. So that's the west gate, and that's the west gate downpipe. I already started a few little pie cuts here, and then just a smooth merger into the thingy, and it should be nice and sexy. Also, we need to put white band onto here. Hopefully it's not too close to the turbo, and yeah, should be golden. finished at 12 o'clock. I did not enjoy welding that. For some reason it was just spitting and everything, no matter how much I clean, no matter what. But it should be fine. I mean, in the worst case scenario, if it starts blowing or cracks, I can just take it off and weld it again. So it should be all fine. Just need to weld a wideband somewhere here, I reckon. And then that can go back onto the car. One of the drive shafts is in already. Yeah, and then plumbing. Hey guys, a really quick update. Yep, the engine is out. The engine is out. Why do you think the engine is out? Well, because of this. It's a dry sump. It's a dry sump pump, the whole shebang. I wasn't sure whether it was going to make it in time, but it did, and we still have a week and a half, and it's only an oil pan, right? So let's feed that.
That's a good one!
Okay, so a slight issue that I knew, for once I knew that was going to happen. The pump has clearance issue with O2M. But good thing is, this lug is not used for anything, so we can simply cut it off and we can trim the plate ever so slightly, because by my calculation we need roughly this much distance, and that is about 13 mil. So we can definitely get it to fit. Woohoo! Just need a bracket for cup alternator setup or the cup alternator setup. I don't really need an alternator, so if I find one on the forum, I'll just get that, use the bracket, sell the alternator, and yeah, should be running by tea time. So we modified the box ever so slightly. Damn, it looks like it's been just chopped. Well, I did measure a few times, so it clears. It clears, all the holes are aligned. Yeah, can't wait to put that thing on the car.
12 seconds later.
Apparently, my old alternator setup that was supplied by Pure Motorsport is not suitable for the dry sump. So what I need to do is make a new bracket. I can use cup setup, but those brackets are either expensive or impossible to find, or will take too long to get here. It's a simple bracket I can make in half an hour, and just a nice little push rod, adjustable. Let me show you what I have in mind. So the original Pure Motorsport bracket, see, it's like that. with the alternator attached like that, and then there's another bar that sits here. We're removing all that, and instead, because there's two holes, 1 and 2, and instead of going to the top one, we can go to the bottom one. This will definitely space our alternator low enough, but also it will give us enough angle here, so when the bell goes, it will be on top of this pulley that I need to press. So 5mm steel, my favorite. Hey, little plate on here, little bracket there, and then it'll sit flush on this side with a dowdy washer, whatever, going on top. And yeah, once it's all secure, that thing is not going anywhere with 2 bolts to the block. And then we'll just need a nice push rod that will link this lug thing to the block, so we can adjust the angle, and it will go like this. Simple enough, of course. If you're fed up with all this coronavirus bullshit, why not subscribe to my channel? I have plenty of content, some car reviews, and I'm building a race car, supposedly the fastest one in the UK, so subscribe. This thing is redundant. I need to chop it off. So the bracket for the alternator is done. The block has been chopped, so the pan sits nice and flat on the block. So now I need a new belt. How do you measure for it? You take a string, you put all the pulleys must be in the correct position, and you simply run it like you would run your normal belt. Obviously this is quite a rough measure, but because we can adjust the tension as long as we are sort of near the figure. Keep losing the string. So let's say this is pretty tight. So what I want to do now is, now we simply take this string, put it on a ruler, we stretch it ever so slightly, and we have 875, 880. So I think 875 or 880. Now I have to go and look online what is available. Engine is back on a hoist, hanging, ready to be fitted inside. Let me show you what I've done so far. So the dry sump pump has been fitted. There's a small little problem. This thing, I had to chop it ever so slightly. That's how it was, and clearly that was in the way. So we chop it. Everything is spot on. Those are the belts. The engine mounts are back on. And look at that. It's a gold self-adhesive blanket. It's not a wrap, it's a blanket. It's actually, as you can see, it's nice and thick, but the backing is fibers, so it's the same as the exhaust wrap. So this is the ultimate protection, and we need it. All right, let's get it fitted. The goal is to run it this weekend. Yay!
Few inches later.
It's one of those, the problem I never knew existed. Because of the dry sump, obviously this pipe was too long and it was touching on this pipe. And this is the rubber hose, the standard one. Well, this is aftermarket, but it's the same size. It's supposed to go over the top. But clearly the pump is in the way. So we made this little pipey thingy bob. Again, pie cut, just like I like it. And it fits perfect. So we're all good with the water hoses. This one will go into here, and as I explained before, this is the header tank that will be sitting right there. The end is near, my friends. I can almost smell it, the burning smell of tires and clutch and all that stuff. Anyways, welcome back, guys. In this video I'm gonna ruin something that isn't broken. We're gonna convert Mark II E-Pass into Mark III E-Pass. Let's go!
That's a good one!
So on my Clio I have a very popular upgrade E-Pass conversion from, well, it's a Mark II. It uses a column from 1.4 diesel version, I believe. Also I have a short rack, original short rack, but converted into a short rack. My experience so far, and in fact from what I've seen on forums and Facebook, a lot of people experience sort of a notchy effect with the steering, and it can get too light and then too heavy. So my idea is that the motor is just not powerful enough. Obviously on semi-slicks and at hard cornering it just overheats and whatnot, and obviously I took the motor out before, swapped it for something else because I was suspecting it would have been broken. The cogs inside are actually plastic, so it can't be really good. So I thought, why not try and fit one from Mark III? So we bought a column from a Mark III 197. And I believe maybe a Megane has the same one, I don't know. The motor is mounted on the top, and it's slightly bigger, wider motor. And obviously, I don't know, the gears maybe, haven't looked inside, but I'm hoping that the gears are metal as well. Also, this one will have the adjustment, so you can go back and forth and up and down. So theoretically, all I need to do is just make a new bracket for those mounting points, weld it onto my cage from somewhere here, there, and we should be golden. Here's my original Mark II column. Here's the motor on the side, and I mean, it works good, but... And remember, you've seen it here first. Don't forget to subscribe. I believe it's going to be a first Mark III column in a Mark II Clio. Also, yeah, the controller that you use for the adjustment, the same company who provided the Mark II conversion about 6 months ago, maybe a bit longer than that, I emailed them and I said, do you make one for Mark III? They said no, but they can try. And I said, yeah, I'll be the first person to buy. So last month they sent me an email saying, hey, it's out and about, so why don't you order one? So I did. So we have a controller, we have a column, we have some scrap pieces of metal. Let's get to it. So theoretically, well, not really theoretically, practically, they are almost the same length as about an inch, if that. Obviously, mounting points are a bit more further forward. So then we need to make a new bracket for this to go on, but there's definitely plenty of metal here, so maybe even put it on this part. So we took off the shaft from the Mark III. This is the end piece from the Mark II. Obviously I want to reuse this rubber gate thingy so water doesn't get in, so it'll be useful because the diameter and stuff. But also what I found is that the diameter of this shaft is just over 19, so 19.4, and the inside diameter of this is the same. So effectively, to make it longer, because we literally need like about an inch or so, I'll be able to cut it here, slot one inside another, and then weld around, and then we'll have retain the collapsible feature of the normal one with the end from Mark II, slightly longer, and yeah, so far the plan is coming along well. The only issue, always an issue, isn't it? This thing is entirely in the way because the controller kind of has to sit right flush against it. So it's kind of the point of no return. Once I cut that thing off, I can't put the old one back on. Well, obviously you can just weld it back and stuff like that, but it's obviously more involved now once you cut stuff off. That's it. Fuck it. Now that I have a bracket on the column itself, time to fit it inside the car. Very crude mock-up. Check the position. And roughly that's how it's going to sit. the clearance is tight, but it clears. Obviously this is just temporary, so we're gonna have just 4 neat uprights. I want to see the coolest thing in the world. Oh, so you can go up and down, and also, yeah, race car. Well, I'm not actually sure if race cars have it, but previously we had a problem where Rob would want to have a ride and he'd need a booster cushion, or Phil. Actually, Phil needed a bit more than a booster cushion. Yeah, let's just weld this bitch up. I'm quite happy how it's turning out. Shit is solid. And then I'll be able to mount something here on top. Obviously after it's painted it's gonna be nice and good. I love it, I love it. The adjustability, back and forth, up and down. Let's finish this up.
The next morning.
The very next morning. Yes. I mean, I agree, it's a bit weird that it's box section welded onto the tubular cage, but lockdown, innit? Coronavirus, that's all I had laying around. Metal supermarket is closed, plus it's a lot easier to bolt things to square tubing. Also a lot of cars I know, proper race cars, they're, you know, they're all made out of box sections. So okay, now we need to bolt the column back on and modify the shaft, see if it fits. So it's in. I am very happy. The best thing is this. I think I showed it to you already, but we'll show it to you again. Up, down, and also in and out. Brilliant. Now I need to make some kind of double barrel thingy bob, because this one is a little bit too short, clearly, and that's the one from Mark II. So we're gonna have to marry them together. It's all experimental work, never been done before. I keep saying that, don't I? Hopefully it will be worth it.
Flashback.
I'm actually thinking maybe I should make triple U-joint, so it goes sort of higher up like this, so I can actually have longer clutch pedal.
3 weeks later.
Alright, so after a bit of trial and error, a couple of days later, this is actually about a week after that, I realized that a straight shaft was just not good enough because of my pedal box, tilt and pedal box that brings your heels a bit higher. The clutch pedal, even though it was still possible to work with it and you could still use it, the top of your foot, the shoe, the boot, was always catching on the shaft, and I just thought that that's gonna get annoying very quickly. So like I said before, it was a good idea to introduce another U-joint, so now I have a triple U-joint, and that's how it fits. It all rotates very nicely, very, very smooth, and oh my god, I have to say, the Mark III column is just way, way, way better. it just feels more advanced. It's softer. It's just the controller. It's a lot smoother, and I found a different knob. So now, effectively, I have 9 points of adjustment. Well, and on the number 9, you can literally with one finger. Hold on, yes, the car is not on the ground, but I've tried it already on the ground as well. And in there you can see that there's a lot of space. I'm sorry for my racing socks, but see, plenty of space, and I can raise the clutch pedal as well. So yeah, in short, I'm extremely happy how it worked out. Obviously it's not a straight swap, there's quite a bit of things need to be done, but saying all that, if you have a roll cage and if you have that main bar at the top, it's just literally welding a new bracket onto it, so that's not that much of a problem. And also, if you're using standard pedals, then the straight shaft, like I showed you, where it slots one inside another, should be fine, because your feet are not going to be raised as much as they are in mine. So yeah, all is left. Well, there's plenty of things left, but I just need to test it, and I think the proof is in the pudding, as they say. It will be at the track next time we're out in the car after it's all mapped. I'm not sure when that's gonna happen, but yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like it, please. Subscribe if it's your thing, and I'll definitely see you on the next one. Bye. As you can see, the original clear undercarriage isn't flat, so we're gonna try and make it flat. Hey, if you want one of those t-shirts, message me for details.
That's a good one! Yeah, content!
Okay, so I cut the first half. It'll be made out of 2 halves. Something like this. Yep. Because I have exhaust still running in the center, and I don't want it to go too low, it's going to be kind of a partial one. We're gonna have a cutout, so obviously all the way to the front is gonna be completely covered, but here is gonna be a cutout just for this exhaust tunnel and the side exit exhaust. On this side it will carry on all the way to the back, meeting here with the beam, and it should be sort of straight past to the diffuser. On the passenger side, where the exhaust is, I'm not sure what to do. I definitely don't want to go around the exhaust because it does get hot. I need air cooling to it, so I think I'll use this side and stop here, and then I'll use another cut and maybe make some kind of cover for this part, so it'll be separate. So basically this part of the exhaust will still be in the center. I mean, clearly this is not 100% correct way. I mean, if you're doing a flat floor, it has to be flat, right? But it'll be virtually impossible on this car anyways because of the rear beam, and I mean, it's gonna be a benefit like that anyways. Also at the front, the split, I wanna make it even longer because now I can. So yeah, lots of measuring, cutting, spinning in unusual positions like this, but race cars, eh? Okay, so just wanted to show you how I've done it. That's one of the brackets for the middle one. I've used the existing whatever beam separated was, cut it a little bit shorter than this one was riveted, and then we have this thing the same on the other side. That's where the edge will attach, and then we have three rib nuts onto the main chassis rail thingy. That's where the middle bit will attach, and then I made a couple of brackets like that. That's where it will attach close to the exhaust. I just need to quickly weld this in place like that, and then obviously it stops right before the exhaust, and then we have all this empty space that we need to somehow fill up. Yeah. I'm loving this. It's working out alright. It's gonna look really good. I really hope it's gonna work. Well, obviously it's gonna work to some extent because it's going to be flat floor. So in conjunction with the front splitter and the rear diffuser, we should see some sort of benefit. Hopefully, obviously. It's all to do with testing. So yeah, let's weld those brackets, and then we can put the floor back in here and then mock up a few more bits and pieces. So yeah, let's get to it. I wish I had a 3-post lift. Would have been so much easier. Laying under this car for 2 days straight is no fun. Who am I kidding? It's fun. Let me update you what we have. Boom. Yep, that's pretty much flat floor. You alright? So what we have here is a little frame that will house, sort of have this cover over here, and then as you can see, this is all nicely supported, and yeah, all we have is just a cutout in the center for the exhaust, and other than that, it's a flat floor. All right. Yeah, just need to cut this bit, fit it, and then I need to attach it at the front. There's a small complication with regards to the little bendy bits I made. Let me show you. I don't want any flow of air to get under the skin. So as you can see here, those little flappy bits, obviously it screws into the chassis, but we have a little sort of gap in here. I don't want air to start getting in there, so we're gonna use plastic sheeting, and it's gonna be just riveted here, so it's just basically gonna be a protective cover for the side, and then trim a little bit here and there. But yeah, also the center, I'm just gonna rivet it most likely, so it's all uniform. And yeah, and then I can definitely move to the front, because here we need a new splitter. Yeah, That's a new splitter. It's definitely gonna generate some forces. Let's have a look how it goes underneath. Wonderful. The only thing we had to cut out for that gearbox. Perfect. And as before, it's very solid. Obviously still need to screw it in a bit more, but let's put the bumper on and make an air dam. Before I was using this material. I think it's quite brilliant. It's basically garden edging, and I've been recommending to everyone to use this. It comes on a roll. It's quite rigid plastic, obviously flexible, really easy to cut and shape and attach, and it worked brilliantly for me in the past. But now I'm thinking I can upgrade a little bit. But the only reason why I want to upgrade is because I have an offcut. Exactly the size I need. Well, the length. Obviously the width is a bit too much. This is aluminium, the same one I use for the flat floor, 5251. So very strong, super light, and it's going to be a bit more rigid. And yeah, so what we need to do is we need to attach some brackets. Again, I'm slightly upgrading. Before I had really small aluminium brackets. Now I have large aluminium brackets. Those are like gold dust. The only place that I could find them was from China. That was a long time ago. I think 10 of those was like 10 pounds from China, and it took like a month and a half to get here, but it literally weighs absolutely nothing, even it's big. So the idea is to have them like this, and obviously it's adjustable. The smaller brackets I was using before, they were not adjustable because they're small, obviously, but these ones are. So I already have my favorite weld nuts, but you can literally just do it like that. So drill the hole 10 mil, and then that thing goes on top. And I actually already machined it ever so slightly, you see, so it's slightly around the corners, so when aluminium goes around it, it's not on a straight edge. And we have, yeah, M8 bolt, nut, washer, bish bash bosh, and we'll be able to adjust it. I already know roughly where it's supposed to sit because I had the bumper on, and I already made a line. So if those are slightly roughly in the center, that's basically a ballpark what I need to do. So we attach those first and put the bumper on, and then we can put the aluminium thingy bob on it. Yeah, measure once, cut 7 times, and we should be golden. And we have completely flat floor. Amazing. I absolutely love how it worked out. It's almost truly flat except for this part, but even though it's not 100% flat, it's pretty flat. I mean, it's good. Also, this thing I hope is gonna work as the reverse NACA duct, basically sucking hot air from there, from the engine, out of the back. And over here, as you can see, that's as physically flat as probably possible, considering when the car is lowered and has weight on it, this beam is going to be higher. It usually goes about 1.5 centimeters, and that's roughly how much we have. So it's a straight flow. I'm actually thinking maybe I could cover this part with rubber, stretchy rubber, and then obviously if this travels it'll just sort of stretch it, but this will be completely covered. So in effect, I don't know, I don't think this will change the fact that it's pretty much flat floor on the Clio. Yes, it's been done before, this is not the first one, but hey, I can't do everything first, right? Let's just hope it's gonna do something. I do hope it's gonna do something. Yeah. If you know anything about NACA ducts, you probably know they all come in different shapes and sizes. But what if you cannot find the size you need or the material you need? Let's make one.
That's a good one!
Alright, let's talk NACA ducts. What are they? A NACA duct is a cleverly designed gizmo to disrupt airflow in your favor. Has a wide opening on one side, narrow opening, thinning on the other side, and when the air goes past it, it gets sucked inside the widening part. That's probably a very bad explanation, but if you want some technical explanation, I suggest you Google it. I'm not the engineer. But the clever thing about those is that they weigh very little. Well, they weigh very, very little, especially if they're made out of plastic. And they work incredibly well. I have two on the side of my car, both for airflow, for ventilation of the cabin. And actually, I have to turn them away from the driver's seat because they work too well. And actually, my armpits get a bit too cold when driving at speed. But recently, I got sucked into a YouTube wormhole, black hole, anyways, one of those. And there's a racing team, apparently NASCAR in America, and they found that if you turn them the other way around, and when airflow goes past them, instead of sucking air in, they actually suck air out. And they say it was increasing power and speed, because whenever you can suck air out of the cabin, it does that. I don't really understand their logic, but what I do like is the fact that it will suck air out. As you probably know, that on my car I have full flat floor and a splitter, front splitter that goes all the way down. So there are no holes, there is no air gap or anything for the hot air from the engine to escape underneath the car. So what I want to do is I want to put a NACA duct right under the drive shaft. So basically between the engine and the firewall, there is definitely a big enough space there. And I want to put a NACA duct in there, so when the air goes under the car, through the flat floor, it will suck hot air from the engine bay out. Obviously, it's gonna get really, really hot in there, and I just don't want to go and buy plastic NACA duct and fit it there. So I decided I want something out of metal, aluminium, obviously. I could not find one. So why not? Let's make one. So I found this design, and what I've done is I've converted it into a little simple template. So we're gonna use the same sheeting that I've used for my flat floor. It's 5251 aluminium, 1.2 mil, very strong but very, very light. We're gonna cut that shape, weld it, and we'll see what we end up with. Hey, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, click that like button and that bell icon as well, so you don't miss anything. Also, if you want to support my channel, why not buy one of my hoodies? If you would like one, message me for details. So what we need to do the simplest of ways is, because that's the wide, that's the narrow, obviously, we need the air go like this. Well, actually, the other way around. Actually, no. Yeah, correct. So the widening is going to be towards the front of the car, at the top. He's there underneath the car. Because it's wider, thinner there, when the air goes, it will suck air out like this. So what I'm thinking, we cut it along this line, like that, leaving this one untouched, well, attached, and then we bend this out, and what we need to do is on the side we just make risers like this, well, not risers but sides, and then they will be welded on the side like that, and it will give us sort of this shape, quite rectangular but strong. think it worked. Well, I managed to weld 1.2 mil alley all the way around without blowing a single hole. Let's see it. I think we kind of succeeded. Obviously it needs a bit of grinding, a bit of polishing, trimming on sides, drilling some holes for attachment, but I reckon it'll be good. So yeah, it will be like this, and the air will be flowing this way. Basically something like that. It will be attached to the splitter. Alright, I think it's time to do a little test. My favorite smoke test. Let's have a look. So the NACA duct is all attached, riveted to place, and as you can see, it's a reverse location. So the air coming from there, going past it, and in theory, it should be sucking air out. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use my trusted vape thing, fill it up with air, with smoke, and then we're gonna use air gun and blow air from their way like that and see what happens. Ta-da! So I think it's safe to say it works. Reverse positioning of the NACA duct does work. So all is left, yeah, fit it all back and find something else to do. Welcome back.
That's a good one!
We are here. Wish me luck, guys.
Many months later.
Today is the day. Finally, after 9 months of COVID build and frustration and tears and blood and all that, and it's on the trailer. And we are going to Chris EFI Parts, the one and only, to see what we can actually do on the rollers. So wish us luck.
So what's the power output that you're expecting, essentially?
Anywhere between 430 and 480, I will be happy in there, because chances are we'll have to pull some power out.
3 hours later.
When I haven't done enough in my own home workshop, I'm working at the AFI workshop, modifying plugs. As always, last minute things. Nothing ever goes according to plan, but yeah. So basically what I had to do, because of the GSXR coils, you have to use the old style thing, bike thingy bob. So we had to quickly just grind them down, the original ones, so they fit neatly inside like this. Perfect. Yes, it's the first update. It's about 6 o'clock, and the reason why I didn't film much is because everything that could go wrong did go wrong. I mean, where do I start? Crank timing is off, wrong spark plugs, the running on 2 cylinders, the fuel map is off, fuel timing is off, everything was off. I mean, everything is absolutely custom, and ECU was completely acting up. So it took us literally almost 2.5 hours to get to this point. You've seen what I've done with spark plugs, so that should be good. Right now we're actually running, coils from Chris's Renault, 1000 horsepower. Well, so yeah, unfortunately we will not be able to run well, run, yeah, I mean do everything that I wanted to do, like flat shifting and multiple switchable map, but we will have one running a map, so it will be drivable at least for test at Spy and everything, and then I'll try and book it for next stage of troubleshooting. Yeah, wish us luck.
2 hours later.
Alright, I think we might have eliminated the majority of the gremlins, cleaned the spark plugs, and now I think it's officially time to try and map this thing. We'll see what happens.
An hour later. Next morning.
Alright guys, fast forward 12 hours. It didn't go according to plan. Yeah, everything that could go wrong, like I said before, it did. We could not map it. The engine runs sweet. Chris is very happy with pretty much everything. We managed to adjust and set up all the components so the engine is running, but as soon as we started doing power runs, the clutch was slipping. So we couldn't really figure out what the hell was going on. And then we noticed a little bit of oil underneath the car and it was blue. So it was quite obvious that it was gearbox oil. So yeah, that's how it sits. So now I need to offload and investigate. We have our theories, but until I open up the box and have a look, or at least take the engine out and take the gearbox out and see why it's leaking. Yeah, I cannot make it to Spa, we couldn't map it. It runs and drives, so at least now I can drive it up my driveway instead of bolting a winch to the floor like I did last time. So yeah, second time, unlucky. Here's when I was thinking that I'm running out of content to film for the Mighty Clio. Well, it's not as easy to build the fastest, so let's see what we get. Yet again, half of the car is disassembled. So in order to take the engine out, we need to drain the oil, drain the coolant. And actually, good thing is, the engine has been basically run in within those 2 hours that we were sort of running it on a dyno and everything. So I can safely remove the mineral oil, the break-in oil, and fill it up with a proper oil. So there's a lot of oil inside. Alright, so 4 hours later, actually maybe it was less than 4 hours, I don't know, I wasn't really counting, but there is a lot of things to take off. Even though it may look like there is a lot of space, there is a lot of custom bits and pieces that you need to undo and stuff like that. And I had to drain obviously all the fluids and stuff like that. And yeah, I think it's ready to be hoisted out so we can have a look what's inside the gearbox. So yeah, I didn't film all of it, the process of taking this bastard apart. because I'm quite eager to find out what exactly failed and what was the problem. And I think I found a problem. Input shaft bearing. Input shaft bearing. Yeah. Yeah, kids, this is what happens when you modify things and you push them beyond the limit of things. So it's an easy fix, I guess. Take the thing apart, put a new bearing in, and we should be good. It just kind of sucks that second time mapping session was not successful. At least we have a base map, so the car is running, and next time when I take it to EFI, it should be fairly easy and straightforward. Yeah, well, let's tidy this thing up here a little bit, order some parts, and fix it. And I don't know if I want to finish this video here or... Alright guys, welcome back to another saga of the fastest Clio built in the country, blah 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 blah.
That's a good one!
Yeah, the fastest paperweight at the moment. Alright, order of business. First I need to take off flywheel because we need to measure this distance. We need to find a bearing because we're gonna introduce a new spigot bearing support thing for my gearbox. Also, we need to take the gearbox apart and find what exactly we need to replace, as in the bearings in there and possibly on the other side. Alright, so I've taken the flywheel off so I can measure this size so we can have a new spigot bearing. And also I took off this plate. Gotta be a reason. There's gotta be a reason why the bearing failed, right? A lot of people say that maybe it was a misalignment. I mean, when this plate goes on there, it has 6 bolts. As far as I know, when we were bolting the plate first, we were extremely careful to make sure it's dead straight. And maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Because even half a mil, even less than that, would be enough to offset the gearbox. When you start pushing it, it will rattle the bearing to shit. So I've taken it off anyways. I will basically try and mount it again, paying triple the amount of care than before to make sure that it's dead straight. And I'm also thinking of turning the engine upside down so the gearbox sits on top of it, so I can sort of wiggle it around and stuff. We'll see, we'll fix it. Also, we'll have the spigot bearing. That should definitely help center the shaft dead in the center. That's the best I can do, I guess. So the gearbox is on a bench. I've made a little cleanup and stuff, so all we have to do is, where is the drain plug? Drain it first and then take it apart. 45 pounds of oil gone. I mean, I could have saved it. But it was a new box, and let's consider this as a breaking in. Right, I think we found a problem. This bearing, as you can see, is the culprit of the leaking. I suspect it's the wrong size. The inner diameter of this bearing is supposed to be 32 mil. The shaft is only 30 mil. So somewhere something went wrong. So I just need to find a bearing that fits properly. So yeah, this is what happens when you customize parts that are not supposed to be customized.
The next day.
Wow, hardened steel is a nightmare to machine. I mean, obviously I knew that, but I had to literally take thousandths of an inch at a time. And now we have a little sleeve. It's 1 mil thickness, 32 in diameter outer, and 29.9 to 95 inner. So this should be really tight fit. We're gonna, well, I'm already cooling the shaft, the output shaft in the freezer at minus 25 degrees, and I'm gonna heat this up. So it's going to be a thermal fit. Should sit. So this sits inside and on the shaft. Well, fantastic. As you've seen, it was going in very tight, but also it was going in. So it's not like it was pushing metal apart and stuff like that. So hopefully it did not, well, I'm pretty sure it did not sort of enlarge in size. So we're still 32 mil like we're supposed to be for the bearing. Let's put a bearing on and let's see. Yes, we are where we're supposed to be, 32 mil. Exactly. Making progress. So all the gear sets have been assembled. Now we need to seal the box, and pretty much we're ready to machine that part I was talking about, and then fit it all back in, and it should be golden. That's quite a nightmare to fit this, because they are, even though they're independent, there's 3 of the main ones and a small one and this one, and they all have to sort of be put like that together. Yeah, I think it's a lot easier if you have two pairs of hands to do this. But we got there, and I think it spins all nice and pretty. So let's get to it. Yes. Okay, let me show you what needs to be done. Can you make anything out of this little drawing? So boom, something like that. So we need to make this. So the bearing sits inside the crankshaft, and this needs to be sitting inside, but it's too short. So we need to make an adapter that sits on this shaft, on the output shaft, and goes inside the bearing. I already measured it all. So the gearbox should be sitting, so 45 mil. So it's like that, double step. Yeah, a bit more lathing involved, and then we'll probably end up hardening it, and so messy. Yep. Whenever they show you a clean garage in all those YouTube videos, don't believe them. That's not how it works. This is how it works. Tools all over the place and stuff. So anyhow, let's get lathing. This shit needs to be done ASAP, because we are on the dyno again on the 8th of October. And again, I want to say thank you so much to Chris and Laura for effectively kicking everybody else off the list and putting me on. No, I'm joking. I just managed to secure a cancellation spot by somebody else who managed to not finish their COVID build. 3rd time lucky. I don't know. I want to say I think so, but I ain't saying shit until it's all assembled and it's all mapped. So let's get lathing.
2 very boring minutes later.
Okay, quick update. So I've machined the adapter. is EN19T hardened steel. This thing is supposed to go on a shaft. I already put some Loctite just so it doesn't spin, and wonderful. And we have a bearing that will sit on it like this. Wonderful. So I think it's official. The box is back together. Yeah, let's attach the adapter plate, put the box onto the engine, and we are ready to feed the engine back into the car. Just as the EFI recommends, you put the plate on, you put your flywheel, clutch, and then you feed the box on it, and you sort of jiggle it around. Even though I had it here before, there was always a chance that it could have moved from previous location, and then it will be off, and then you'll ruin something else. So yeah, fitment is very important. So assemble it first, check it, take it all apart, and then assemble it all back together, all bolts to specific torque with blue Loctite. As you can see, this one is already done. So now we need to put some Loctite on that one, a bit of blue. Screw it in there. Start by hand. My favorite toy, honestly. You can never have enough power tools. Alright, so next flywheel, clutch, and then the box itself. Little trick from Rusky. To prevent your flywheel from spinning, put a wee bolt in there, and now it should be good. Yeah, 90 newtons. That's what we need to tighten our flywheel to. Yeah. Next on the agenda is the clutch. We have this little... Actually, it does look really, really small, doesn't it? It's a four paddle ceramic. I think ceramic. Somebody might correct me. Yeah, that should give us all the grip that we need, and then we put it on the thing like that. Roughly center it. I mean, I do everything by eye. Always works out. And then we have the Quartermaster Extreme V8.5. Yeah, I cleaned it all prior with brake cleaner and everything, because after our last escapade it was all covered with oil. Okay, so the clutch thingy bob is in place, 25 newtons, and we're ready to actually put the box on top. So honestly, the worst part about this whole thing, that box is bloody heavy, and I have a couple of slip discs in my back. I'm not even allowed to lift that much. I'm not even sure how much it weighs. I reckon at least 40 kgs, but because it's a little awkward. Okay, so the main 4 bolts are tightened and Loctite. This thing at 90, the bearing is inside. These are 25, all tight, all been cleaned, all the alignment has been checked. So now we're ready to put this thing on. One thing, actually really good tip, I'll show you in 1 second. If you're doing the same conversion, the drive shaft thingy bob, remove it, because it will be catching on the plate. It's a lot easier. You take it out, then the box literally slides through the top, and then you put it on the back. It's only 1 bolt. Because the first time I did it was with this thing, and it literally, it's 2 mil too wide, this sort of mushrooming shape, and it's just catching, so you kind of have to sort of, and with this box this heavy, it was just not fun. So yeah, you take it out and then literally it just slots in. Have a look. Bloody heavy, this thing. Actually, I think I forgot something. Bollocks. Bollocks! You put a little aluminium spacer. Originally, it's in one part. But because I had to grind it for the dry sump, now it's in two parts. Ta-da! I mean, it's fairly easy, but it's not easy at the same time, if you know what I mean. It's just heavy, it's awkward, you need to check the tolerances, and you have an adapter plate and all that stuff, so... But yeah, it's fairly easy. At least the gearbox is a lot easier than the original Renault chocolate box. I mean, you've seen how I took it apart. Literally three main shafts. Okay. I think that thing a little bit moved, so I need to realign that. I'm not gonna film that, you don't want to see that. Literally bolts all the way around, tighten it to torque, start the motor in, and we're ready to put it in. Rotate it backwards. I am gonna be upgrading for cooling, gearbox oil cooling. I have all the parts, I just need a little bang that I need to modify. Hopefully it will arrive tomorrow.
The next day.
Alright, so it's the next day. Started the day quite slow. Had a few things I needed to do, but the engine is finally the right way up. So we're ready to load it. Also decided I wanted to add another heat screen because the fuel pipes, and actually this is the reason why I decided to do this. I've noticed, I don't know, maybe it was from before, whatnot, but the exhaust is really close here. So I thought I'll just add another one just to protect it from the inside, and another little patch of gold reflective tape, well, blanket from Funk Motorsport. Also made this little adapter for the speed sensor, because before I was using one of those. I mean, that's no race car, that was literally just a spacer. And now we have proper aluminium jobby, and yeah, adjusted the thing. It's very close, probably 0.3 of a mil or something like that. Yeah, now let's put it in.
2 hours later.
All right, couple of days to spare. For you, it's essentially today, because I'm gonna upload it on Thursday. For me, it's 2 days because today is Tuesday. The car is done, it's ready. Yeah, let me show you what I've done. It's pretty much the same as it was before. The only sort of thing you can see is this extra oil line. That's for the gearbox cooling and stuff. You can see it right in there. Yeah, there's nothing really to talk here about. I just would like to show you that it starts. I'm not full of balonies. So, ignition on. Let's switch this off. Pump. And it works wonderful. I mean, obviously it still needs mapping. The idle is a little bit too high. But pretty much it's all there. Running very smooth. There is a nice little whistle coming from there, so that's from the turbo. Yeah, word from the sponsors, Pure Motorsport and Funk Motorsport, the latest addition to Novichok family, and of course self-sponsor RuskiWeldFab. Really can't hear anything when it's running. So Okay. You will be seeing this on Thursday, and I am taking it on Thursday to Chris AFI. So please do wish me luck. And as always, don't forget to subscribe, click like, and I'll see you in the next one. Hopefully when it's all mapped.
Flashback.
You will be seeing this on Thursday, and I am taking it on Thursday to Chris AFI. So please do wish me luck.
That's a good one!
Crap. 3 days later.
What do you reckon, power-wise, if everything goes smooth?
What's the compression ratio?
9 something something.
418. Then again, you dry some.
It's gotta be more than that. Basically, it's the low temperature limit.
So where's that?
It's it would be either engine configuration or something like that. There's a oil pressure, fuel pressure warning. Even though we have the pressure and it's all showing up, it's just giving us the warning. So Chris is trying to figure out if there is anything preset, like the limit for the warning, or why there is a warning. It shouldn't be, because checking for fluids.
Yeah. 5 minutes later.
Even after we'd left it there for 5 minutes, it still slipped. So I think it's probably got oil on it, or something has collapsed or moved.
100% there is no, unless there is more oil coming through the gearbox.
But there's nothing on the floor, so I don't think...
Yeah, there's definitely nothing on the clutch when I cleaned it, because I've used a whole can of brake fluid.
So it's a hydraulic system. Are you using the original release bearing, or is it an aftermarket release bearing?
Where, inside?
Yeah.
I bought it from the Dark Side Developments or whatever, so it's the original one, but the pipe is metal, because the original one is plastic.
Right, press the clutch there, Carl.
Okay.
Oh no, okay, nothing doing. Oh, is that it now? I think
Still on.
Right, and off. Oh yeah, okay, it's moving, isn't it?
Slow
that's all. Right, just stand on it and then off quick. Yeah, it's okay, it's shifting all right.
I was going to say,
the cylinder's working then, isn't it?
It feels nice actually, because it's quite sort of progressive or long.
Right, that's the clutch. So is the clutch cover blue, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the clutch cover.
It's Extreme V, whatever.
Yeah, there you go. So it was pressing it's right on the fingers. The fingers are out.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's, right, isn't it, how it is there.
I don't see light of oil or anything anywhere. It looks pretty dry. No oil in there, is there?
No.
It'd all be flung all the way around the bell,
yeah. Because like 1 or 2 drops would not do that, so it would need to be covered like it was last time.
So, I mean, I've had clutches hooked before, and it's not cost a lot of money. It's really cheap. Unfortunately, it's in there.
Yeah,
Nothing quick about it, is there?
I think CT charges about 90 quid. Yeah. And that's with postage and that, and that's obviously, you know, so.
Yeah.
At the beginning, it was gripping and everything, but the theory is that because it was somewhat contaminated anyways, at some point, once the heat got to it, it basically sipped all this oil through the puddles back into it and just made them sleepy. So at the beginning, after I cleaned it, it was all fine. It was all grippy and stuff, but as soon as it got to temperature, it's just, started doing it. And we've looked inside with a boroscope, and it's dry inside, so it's not the same problem as it was before. So that all seems to be fine, and the gearbox is fine. It's all changing gears and all that. It's just, sleeping like mad. So basically, it has a basic map now, which is around 200 horse at 5 psi. Yes, we achieved everything we wanted. 500 horsepower, so much Newton meters, and you know, it rips. No, it doesn't. Well, what can I say? Well, you probably have seen everything. Entirely my fault. I'm raising my hand up. I can't even blame all those people who said, yeah, it'll be all right. Just clean the clutch. It should be fine. Even though it was a little bit covered in oil. I thought it was really going to be fine. So, yeah, the clutch is slipping. So we kind of have a low boost, 5 psi, 200 horsepower map on it. Can't go any higher because the clutch is slipping. So now, again, engine out job. Send it away, maybe change the pads themselves. Yeah, so third time is not lucky. But on the plus side, it did not explode, and it kind of still, it all runs sweet. It just doesn't drive. But yeah, I guess somebody's looking over me. So we're not going to Nürburgring, and I don't know when this video is going to be released. Chances are not tomorrow or day after, because it's not really content worthy. I might just include it somewhere else, but yeah, I'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye. I'm no expert, but this is literally so sleepy. This whole thing is like, how does it look? It feels like one of those air hockey tables. It's just so smooth. Look at it. Definitely not supposed to be doing that. This size, actually, it doesn't feel like that sleepy. So it's literally this size, and you can actually tell. Look. Yeah, it's a lot of crap. Okay, so I guess this thing needs to be resurfaced. This needs to be done. Welcome back, guys, to another daily vlog episode of building the fastest paperweight in the country. The clutch is back. Oh my god, I am stoked. I have to give credit. I have to give not only credit, shout out and everything to CG Motorsport. They turned it around in record time. Literally, they got it on Monday and I had it here on Wednesday. How cool is that? It's all fitted already. So basically they machined it, did all of their things and stuff and skimmed it, and then they repadded it. So it's all ready to go. I installed it already, all torqued up. So the next step would be to actually put the gearbox back on it. And we are ready to put the whole thing back in the car, and just fingers crossed this time. Fourth time lucky? I don't know, but here's a quick montage. Boom! And just like that, after a quick montage, it's in. Yes, it's a different day, I have to admit, but the engine is in, everything is connected, most of the fluids are in. One last thing is left, as if you've seen my taking the engine live malarkey, the drive shaft popped out. So I think, after measuring and considering, I think the passenger side drive shaft is a little bit too short. I'm going to be making custom drive shafts anyways, but don't have time right now. So what I decided to do is make a spacer. It's 10mm spacer. Yeah, I machined it from a square piece of steel. Looks quite nice, doesn't it? I'm actually quite impressed. Yeah, used my professional cold blue. That's why it looks all black. Basically rust protection and everything. But I know where the place where to buy them, but they're just out of stock. So, you know, out of stock, no problem. Make your own. Fit the drive shaft, splitter, bumper, and it's done. And start it, bring it up to temperature, check everything for leaks, and we're ready to roll. By roll, I mean, I don't know what I mean. It still needs to be mapped properly. So
eventually,
fast forward n number of days, and guess where we are? We're back at it. Fourth time lucky, I don't know. Well, it's all assembled and it's currently on the rollers. We're kind of happy with pretty much everything. So now we're gonna have a little squeeze and see what it does. As always, crossing this little thing, everything, all my extremities. I don't know what's gonna happen, but hopefully it will work this time.
3, 2, 1, 0.
So basically what's happening now, we're gonna try and set up the boost by gear kind of thing. I have a 12 position rotary dial. So that's gonna control the amount of boost we're getting. Also we're gonna have a speed modifier from the undriven wheel speed sensor. So it's not going to be boost by gears, but boost by speed kind of thing, which we're gonna calibrate according to the gear you're in. So let's say in third gear, if you're doing around 70 miles an hour, so that's when it's gonna start tapering down. So on first, second gear, you're not having all this mad boost and all this torque. Yes, we achieved everything we wanted. 500 horsepower, so much Newton meters, and you know, it rips.
Later that same evening.
All right, so unfortunately the battery on my microphone has died, so I was unable to finish the filming at Chris's, but oh boy, it's a long day. It's not fun. Well, it is fun, but 6 hours round trip, a bit more than that, well worth it. So, what do we have? We have 430 horsepower at the crank. Yes, on a 2-liter Clio, 430 front-wheel drive. That's going to be mad. Considering that my car, last time I was corner weighted and it was 931 kilos. So, using that figure at 430, we are at 460 bhp per ton. My goal was 450, and that's what I told Chris. I said, in my head, I want 450 per ton, nothing less, nothing more. He gave me 460. Ecstatic. Well, I'm actually petrified. I've driven it for about 10-15 meters, and it terrifies me now. So I guess I'm gonna have to learn how to drive it. Here's a graph. So on this graph, what you can see is 3 positions, 3 top positions. One thing I should probably mention is actually I have a rotary switch, and I don't think I've shown you this. This is the rotary switch. So effectively, we have 12 positions of boost. So it's wired into boost by gears, but we don't use that. So in number 12, the top position, we're at 430 horsepower. The next position is around 415, 410, and then it goes progressively slower. This one is 380, and then all the way down to actuator pressure, which is about, I think it's 230 or 240 or 250, something like that. I don't even have a graph for that. It's almost irrelevant. And then I will have a nice little button on the steering wheel, which will be full boost, overtake button. So what do we have? We have a pretty mad powered Clio, power to weight ratio. I think I need to probably invest into shares of some tire company, because that's what basically I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be going through tires, unless, well, to find out, you're going to have to subscribe, like this video, and probably leave me a comment. Try and guess, what am I going to do to solve my traction issue? If you can guess, well, you win a cookie, and probably, yeah, I might do a giveaway, like a t-shirt or face mask or something like that. But yeah, guys, anyways, I hope you enjoyed it. First time lucky, yes, 100%. And again, I want to thank Chris from EFI. He's the man. As I always said, it's Chris or nobody else. That's why I was prepared to wait all those long weeks, months for a slot, you know, jump through hoops and just get the car to him, to Liverpool, from London, every time. The guy is amazing. The knowledge is second to none. So, Chris, special to you. Thank you. I will be back, but probably not too soon, hopefully. So, yeah, again, thank you guys for watching. I hope to see you on the next one. And don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you. Bye. Morning, guys. I guess this is it. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Well, I've been waiting for, and the whole year I've been building it the fastest and stuff. The weather is looking promising. I mean, look, the sunshine is out. I have sunshine on my face. Sunshine on my face. 2nd of November. Yeah. Yeah, I should not be singing in public, even though I'm not in public. I'm my race car, yeah. I'm petrified, but I'm so excited as well. First time with this car on a track. Let's go and do some sighting laps. It definitely will be done. Lots of leaves and everything. I mean, beautiful scenery. They call this the Nürburgring of UK, I think. I heard it somewhere. Don't quote me on that. Let's go and do a couple of sighting laps, and hopefully nothing breaks and we can have a good day.
One pair of pants later.
Incredible! It works, it works. Yes, we were on the lowest boost setting. Obviously, it's really, really wet. I mean, the track is beautiful, but oh my god, it works. The changes of the dog box, unfucking believable. I cannot fucking wait, and it's really precise. I'm really happy with how it changes. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Oh my fucking lord! Oh, this is gonna be so amazing. I'm just hoping that nothing hopefully breaks. So let's do a little check over of the car, and yeah, let's go and drive the track. Yeah. Well, the first few checks have been done. There is no leaks. No leaks, no cogs on the floor, and it seems to be running really, really well. What's this? What's this cloud? I mean, it's been sunshine literally 2 seconds ago. But right now, Oh my god, guys, what can I say? It's fucking amazing. I am stoked. It's working. It's finally working, and what a machine this is. I mean, obviously I would be saying that I am blowing my own horn, but I'm just reviewing the footage now that we got. Me and Eddie, we went out. It's just fucking amazing. It's so precise. Okay, categorically I can say that the 197 from Mark III steering column E-Pass is miles better than the Mark II. So whoever is thinking of doing the same upgrade, I highly suggest go and have a look how I've done it. It's fairly easy if you have a cage, if you know how to weld. It's amazing. It's so much better. It literally, you have all the feedback. There's no notching, it's no nothing. It's smooth, it's powerful, so it works. Everything else, I need to adjust the brakes. They're a little bit not spongy, but obviously because I'm not running a vacuum air assisted thing, it's just the cylinders. They still work, but I wish they were a little bit harder, so maybe I need to adjust that. Other than that, the clutch pipe came off the slave cylinder, so we just popped it back in, bled the system, so I need to upgrade to aluminum one. Guys, whoever is running O2AM gearbox like mine, can you please write me in a comment what can I upgrade it to? You know that plastic TP is the one that you bleed with. Can I completely get rid of it and put some kind of hose? I mean, what are the solutions? I know you can buy an aluminum one, but it's just basically going to be the same. I think it just clips with these sort of little C-clips on the side. Ideally, I want like just a metal pipe. What else? There's a little bit of oil, I think, coming from the VVT valve, sort of a little bit on the rocker cover. Nothing critical. So we'll address that later. Other than that, the gearbox oil didn't even kick in yet, so I don't think we've reached the whatever 90 degrees. I mean, it's a little bit damp in places still. So what else? Oil temperature stays around 96, 97 degrees for the engine. Coolant is same, around 90. Fucking brilliant. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing again, because on the last video people said, oh, don't beep the swearing, so I need to filter it down and stop swearing. There's a little bit of oil coming out from the breather on my dry sump tank. It goes directly from there. I have a feeling it was overfilled with oil. So the question is, and please do leave me in comments if you know, would it be spitting oil out if it's overfilled, or it's something else I need to look at, maybe too much pressure? Other than that, that's pretty much it. The car ran pretty faultlessly, really. Yeah, let's ask Eddie what he thinks.
Just tell me why we've never come here before, because this place is amazing.
It is amazing. Cadwell Park, honestly guys, if you haven't been to Cadwell Park, it's awesome. It literally, I know now why they call it Nürburgring of England.
Oh, no,
it's brilliant. I mean, the elevation, the
scary parts, testing parts, but brilliant. Absolutely.
Yeah,
amazing.
We'll definitely gonna be back. So, what do you think of Novichok? Go on.
It's not very fast. It needs to be faster.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, I hope you like this video, and you'll be happy to know that the one I built is working. Whether it's the fastest, no idea. But yeah, it's a work in progress, and it's always evolving, always improvements can be found. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment, press like, you know the score, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Welcome back, guys. Well, what can I say? I could not resist. It's 2 days later and I'm back at Cadwell. That's a good one! It was such an amazing circuit and we had such an amazing time. And Novichok, thank you dear, performed spectacularly well last time. So to the point where when I got home, I left it on the trailer. There were two little things that I needed to do. There was oil seal that needed to be fixed in there, so we kind of glued it together, put a bit of sealant just for now because I couldn't find one on such short notice. And also, coming back to the older video, apparently, if you can see, maybe you can't, I plumbed in my dry sump wrong. Basically, the breather from the engine is supposed to go onto the side of the tank and then vent to air from the catch tank, and I did it the opposite way around because it's not really obvious, right? You kind of connect your breather from the engine to the catch tank, but no, that's actually vent out. So that's why I was just spitting oil, because it was plumbed in incorrectly. So we've swapped that and all good, other than another full tank of VMAX. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the day is promising to be awesome. Look at the sun, look at the sun. The sun is crazy. The track is really wet and really slippery at the moment. I just had my first session. Let's wait for it to dry out, put some cameras inside the car, and yeah, have some fun. Also, there's a little bit special, a special guest appearance, shall I say. So, alright guys, I'll see you in a bit.
One minute, 37 seconds later.
Well, as you can see on the background, it's it happened. It's not something I want to share or I'm particularly proud of. The bloody wheel came off. I have no idea how. I did check the wheel nuts. Fuck, I'm gutted. I guess get to the pit lane, get to the car, take it off and see what's what, check the damage. But yeah, all I could see was this flying forward and fuck. I was just coming into pits because I could feel a slight wobble and I was like, that's a bit weird, it shouldn't do that. And then I literally slowed down and I was just coasting and then boom. And the walk of shame back to the paddock. So it's all loaded. So got some souvenirs which I'm gonna frame probably. It looks like the studs snapped because we found all of them and the nuts are still on it, so they didn't come loose. All right, so I had a couple of minutes to reflect, well, more like an hour, and now I can show you what actually happened. It kind of looks all assembled already, but what happened was the studs, they snapped. I have no idea why they would snap. I can only assume that, for example, if one nut got loose, then it spread the load onto the other three, then another one got loose, and then boom, it took all of them. But all four studs were inside, so they didn't come undone, and we found two of them with still the nut on them. So yeah, we really no idea. Unfortunately, the lower what's it called, the roll center correction thing, it survived, but I think it bent the hub a little bit. There is a slight angle and there is like a hairline gap at the top, so I'm definitely not comfortable driving with this. The brake disc seems to be fine, the caliper is not damaged, nothing is damaged. Yeah, so I mean, even this is not damaged, so it's all good. The wheel, as you can see, is absolutely trashed, and unfortunately, anybody know any alloy repair center around London? Leave me a comment, please. This needs to be repaired. They're too nice to throw away. Okay, so rain tires go back in. I found some longer bolts. I mean, that's what I love about racing community. People just love to share stuff. I mean, That guy gave me an angle grinder. This guy gave me the bolts. Nigel, Pin the Wagon, he gave me some tools like a hacksaw and everything. Everyone just super helpful, and it's a bit unfortunate. So yeah, it is what it is, and let's be honest, this is what you've been waiting for, some action, you know, damage and stuff. Obviously no damage, but yeah, put this wheel on, put it on a trailer, strap it in, and back to the garage. I reckon it's nothing major. I just need check it all over and see if actually roll center kit is fucked. If not, I mean, obviously new wheel and all that stuff, but I have something planned. So alright guys, on that note, I'm not actually, you know what, no, not on that note. I want to go out in a lap with Nigel, Pin the Wagon, so we'll finish on that.
2 hours later.
So guys, I decided to head home a bit earlier because unfortunately the pack lap with Pin the Wagon, Mr. Nigel, didn't really happen. He had a slide off into the grass and bent his splitter, so he was just fixing it. And I thought, I'm not gonna stick around, he didn't really need my help, so yeah. So, damage report. I don't think I can give you a full damage report until I get back home, but it looks like the wheel is obviously gone, and most likely the roll center needs to be changed because it bent the hub, I think. Studs obviously need to be new ones. The brake disc is fine, caliper is fine, drive shafts are fine, everything else seems to be fine. Clearly I put the spare wheel on with some long bolts, temporary, just so it can be driven on and off the trailer. So that's all good, so it's all fixable. A little bit upset, obviously, but not because it broke or because I stuffed it, mainly because it was an amazing day. I mean, look at the weather. I mean, you can probably see outside, it's middle of November, but the sky is blue, it's sunny, and the truck was drying out, and the car was doing really well. It was amazing right until the point, and obviously yeah, had to cut it a bit short. So yeah, on that note guys, I will leave this video here. I always say please like it, message, whatever, but you don't have to like it. Actually no, like it, subscribe, there'll be more updates. I think I'm just gonna go balls deep with my front suspension straight away. Not what I expected to do so soon, but means must, right? So yeah, until the next one guys, bye. Welcome back guys to RuskiWeldFab, the home of the fastest Renault Clio in the country. Building the fastest. I got so many messages and hate speeches on Facebook saying, oh, it's not the fastest. Well, of course it's not, because I'm building the fastest. That's the ultimate goal. Right now, it's probably not the fastest. And also some people think the fastest, oh, you don't have the most horsepower. Well, that wasn't always the reasoning. And or the top speed. I'm like, no. Around UK racetracks, time-wise. So, building the fastest, that's just so it motivates me to keep going. Otherwise I would have given up. If I didn't claim it was going to be the fastest, I would have been like, yeah, whatever, truck car, didn't work, fuck it, let's just go back to an A. Anyways, I know what you've been waiting for. Another unboxing video, yay! No, really, no, it's not an unboxing video.
That's a good one!
We got ourselves a new fire extinguisher. What did I get, you may ask? Well, what else? Lifeline. It's a Lifeline 360 with Novak 1230 gas. And I have to say, special thank you to Clubman Motorsport, Rob from this company. It was especially helpful with making sure that I get the exact kit that I need, because there's so many different ones on the market and different gases and stuff. So he literally ran me through what they do, and he sent me some videos of different tests people do and stuff like that with regards how it extinguishes the fires. And we decided that Novak was the best possible gas for me, how many nozzles and everything. So what we got is the 0360 kit. Oh my god, look how fucking cute this is. I did not expect it to be this small. For comparison, Let's just put it so it doesn't rotate. That's my old fire extinguisher. That's Lifeline 02000. And honestly, I think this one, actually weight-wise, I don't know, they're probably the same, similar weight. I mean, the capacity is the same, 2.25, but it's a different kind of gas. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is, it's not gas, it's this is like foam type stuff. What do we have? We have 10mm hose, we have some protective sheathing, and we have a nice little box with things. The cool thing about this kit is the previous one was a cable pull. And actually, I had it for 2 years, just over 2 years. And one time I wanted to, like 6 months ago, I wanted to test the handle, the outside of the car. Obviously disconnected the fire extinguisher, pulled it, and it was stuck, solid. I was like, oh my God, what if, you know, I needed to use it? So the whole thing was like rusted on the inside. So I decided to go for the electronic version. It comes with a little box of tricks like that. And actually, I was surprised that it's battery powered. So you have battery check. And as far as I know, the battery lasts for absolute ages. Obviously, you don't use it and it's just on standby. So it would easily last your 2-year period before you need to service it. Easy. Obviously, you're not going to use it all the time. So, and then, yeah, whenever you want to race, you put it up, system armed, and that's it. And it comes with, obviously, all the fittings, all the joints. Let's break everything before I even fit it. Yeah, 2 buttons, one on the dash, and it has 5 nozzles. So the previous system, I only had 2 nozzles. I had one for the front, for the engine bay, and I had one for the interior. No good, no good. So now we have 2 different types of nozzles. As far as I know, the yellow one that goes into the engine bay, and the blue one goes inside the cabin. So this one has a different spray patterns. Obviously, this one, as far as I know, it literally covers like the whole area like that, and you can place it really, really low, and it just expands. This one is a little bit more directional, but 3 nozzles for the engine, 2 nozzles for the interior. That should be fairly straightforward to fit. So yeah, next step is, naturally I would be like, next step is take the old bit out, but I already took it out because it's sold to a friend. It's been fully serviced, again, by Clubman Motorsport. Really fast turnaround, and their prices are really, really good. And they are an authorized dealer for Lifeline. And yeah, if you need a new fire extinguisher, I would not hesitate to contact Rob on Facebook or directly through their website. The guy is super knowledgeable, super helpful, and yeah, I think I got this kit here literally within 2 days of ordering, and let's fit it. All right, first thing, we need to position the nozzles according to the manual. 3 for the front, 2 for the inside, and here's how we're going to position them. I had one previously in here, so the hole was already drilled, so that's basically over the turbo. Then we'll have one right there in a bulkhead over the manifold, the heat source, and we'll have one here basically facing towards the fuel regulator and all the fuel lines. Ideally, I would want another one personally over here, so it's literally from 4 directions, but there is no heat sources over here, so theoretically it should be fine. Besides, it's a 360 nozzle spray thing, so I would imagine that once it's deployed, the whole engine bay fills up with gas, and we should be good. Next step would be to run the lines for the engine, fit a bulkhead fitting so it can go down, and I'll probably use the same hole that I had before, which goes right in the center. Yeah, and then find a suitable place for a bottle. We'll position our 4-way branch manifold over here, and the first line will go to this nozzle. So we have a tube that we already bent. As stated in the manual, the minimum radius is 25 mil. 50 is preferable, so something like this, but make sure that it doesn't kink, obviously restricting the flow. Another really important thing, you cannot cut it with pliers or hacksaw or anything like that. You need to use a special tool. This is not very special. This is basically your plumbing cutting thingy bob, adjustable. And this is the only way to achieve a really clean cut. You need to have it extremely clean, otherwise the seals on the manifold or on the nozzles, they're not going to seal or can be damaged, so make sure you do that. So here's a little spaghetti of 8mm tubing. So we have distribution block, one going just above the manifold, one going right next to the turbo, and one facing towards the fuel rail. Simple, 15 minutes tops. Obviously I don't want to film it because it's just, you know, cutting, threading, whatever. So next thing is the line to go into the bulkhead and all the lines on the inside. And also I'm not 100% sure where I want to place my extinguisher. For obvious reasons, I want to place it as far back as possible. Obviously weight distribution is what I mean. But there's a really nice spot over here. This is really good, right next to the battery. It's kind of in the back behind the driver, but I will try and see if I can place it right there at the back. See if I actually have enough cable to run from the back, not cable, tubing, from the back all the way to the front. Alright, so what do you think? Is this a good position? Please leave me a comment. Where do you think I should have positioned it? I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would probably say where the passenger seat is or right in front of it. Naturally, your comments are not really going to count that much because I'm going to fit it here anyways. But let me know. It's going to be right next to my beautiful dry sump tank and the fuel swirl pod supplied by ANH Fabrications. Yeah, absolutely brilliant at what they do. I could never weld it as good as this. Look at that. Look at those welds and everything. This is a 2-liter fuel swirl pod, and this is a 9-liter tank which has built-in breather and all of that. So yeah, drill some holes, get the rubber bobbins, and we should be ready to run some lines. Time to feed the nozzles on the inside. It's a bit of a dilemma how to fit them. According to the instructions, if it's a rally car, then you need to fit one above each footwell, driver and a co-driver. It's not a rally car, it's a race car. Well, truck car, let's say. Quite often I'll be by myself, so yeah, I don't want to fit both of them above the driver. I want to fit so they spread the load, but I've decided I want to fit them in the center, both of them, but angled sideways, something like this. So effectively one like this and the other one like that. So we're gonna make a little bracket attached to here, and it'll be quite neat. It means that when deployed, both of them will go each way. The idea behind this is the bracket. So this essentially going to be like that, facing down on this side, and then those parts, if you can make anything out of this, gonna be sitting like that, 1, 2. And this is gonna be folded like so it attaches to the firewall, and like that, sort of tubes coming in there and there, so that should look quite neat. And boom, this is my little out of aluminium. I don't know, what is it, 1.6 mil, 2 mil. This may not look like much, but once it's all cut, you will see what I mean. So yeah, it will look something like this. Well, not something like this. This is how it's gonna look because I made a bracket. As you can see, let me show you how it is in a car. So it will be like this. Basically nozzles on each way, nice and neat. I'm not even sure if I want to paint it. I have almost forgot the protective covering. Obviously this stuff, I try to burn it and it doesn't burn, so obviously it's heat proof and everything. So it's all very nicely, neatly covered in there. So we just attach this cover thing, boom, and we have two buttons, extinguisher and engine kill. Now we need to wire this thing. Wiring could not be easier, literally. 2 wires, and it comes with connectors like this. One of them, one side goes inside the extinguisher, another side goes into the control box. And I've shown you the control box before, and this actually looks a little bit different, doesn't it? Well, because originally it comes with double-sided tape, but who wants double-sided tape? So I made a little bracket, obviously covered it for extra horses in carbon fiber. And as I was saying, this thing plugs in there and it's 2 wires, literally like that. And what you need to do, you complete one circuit. So let's say big blue one. So blue one from this plug goes to the blue one on this plug, uninterrupted. And on the brown one, what you do is you put your 2 switches, literally one and then another one. So you just make a double wire and that's it. That's the simplest of circuits. So let's fit the box. I already done one plug under the scuffle panel thing and then just run 2 lengths of wire, solder it all together, and we should be good for the electronic side of things. And one last thing be left is the fuck, lost the word, the 8mm hose thing. I've run out. Would you believe that? Yeah, I have all this and it's just not enough. I'm about 1 meter short. I guess it was my fault for putting it as far back as possible. And yeah, so what do? I look online. I look online on eBay, Lifeline. They are about £10 a meter. But I need complete 3 meters, so that's £30. Again, I don't want to use. So what do? Get in contact with Rob, with my favorite company now, Clubman Motorsport, and he's sending me a new reel. I'm gonna use what I use, send him the rest back, and we're gonna sort out the price afterwards. How good is that? It should be here tomorrow, so it will be finished. Let's go fit this and stop talking.
Next morning.
And boom, like I said, under 24 hours, parcel arrived. Yay! 8mm tubing. Thank you, Clubman Motorsport, and thank you for the Haribos. They don't hold the tubing as well. I was quite surprised. I thought that the tube clips would be slightly different. They taste good, but they don't really hold the tubing well. All right, so let's go to fit this and we can wrap this up. The protective tubing that comes with the kit is quite interesting. I am not sure what material it is. It feels like plasticky, but most likely it's fiberglass. It doesn't burn, it doesn't even get hot. Write me in comments, what do you think this is? Or if you know, I'm actually quite curious. Yeah, I mean, if it's fiberglass, some sort of whatever, but it just, yeah, feels a bit different. It feels a bit different to anything else. So I can, well, it is basically used to protect your hosing. So what I've done here, and again, let me know if I've done it wrong. Maybe you're supposed to put a protective cover on each hose, but 2 of them fit inside the whole protective thing. Plus, it will be much neater going from the rear of the car to the front. So that is done. Now let's fit it. Yay! It's all installed. Finally. Took me a couple of days, but only because I really wanted to be neat. I didn't want to cut any corners. So we have control panel sitting right under the dash. Let me run you through how it works. So you have this switch, battery checked, system temp, system armed. So if we press it down into battery check. If it lights up orange, that's all good. In this position, that's basically system check. So if we press this button, lights up green, meaning that all the wiring, everything is good, and it's gonna fire when you need it. This one, system armed, and if you press this, that's gonna let it go everywhere. So over here we have my nozzles for the cabin. I could not resist. I just made the bracket and I painted it with wrinkle gray and stuff like that. So obviously all the cables quite neatly attached to the bottom of the car. It's all running in the center, and the bottle right there at the back. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Obviously I cannot show you the test of the system because, well, because why? But yeah, I'm very impressed how easy it was to wire and to fit and everything. And it's just, yeah, it's a really nice kit. So if I was you and I was in the market for a system, I would not hesitate and go for Lifeline 360. And of course, if you want to get one, contact Clubman Motorsport, Rob. He will sort you out with a good system. Yeah, well, thank you guys for watching. I hope it was somewhat an exciting video. Maybe it wasn't. It's just a bit of a vlogging thing. But yeah, I'm definitely happy. And I feel safe now, safer than I was before. So yeah, until the next one, guys. Bye. Oh yeah, don't forget to subscribe and like this video, yeah? And leave me in comments something. It's good to chat, I always reply, and if you have any questions, why not? So yeah, guys.
We are here. Wish me luck, guys.
Let me quickly run you through the setup.
That's a good one!
We have 2 exit and entry points. This one is from the tank, feed line. This is from scavenge back to the tank. Also, because of the lovely tank I got from NH Motorsport, thanks for kind of sponsoring me, well, nice discount. That's for breather. So we have all 3 lines going through the firewall into the cockpit. 3 45-degree unions. We have lines running through the car. We have a valve, stop valve, so the oil doesn't bleed. And we have a tank. We're gonna run mineral oil because obviously we need to break the engine in, and I was gonna do it on a dyno, but the dyno is not working. I already put 5 liters in. This tank takes quite a bit of oil, 5 liters, and we still have nothing in here. So let's as far as I know, it should be just over halfway. Maybe a good idea to check the leaks first. After all, I was the one who fitted everything. Yeah, can't see anything. So we open the valve, and theoretically all the oil starts going down very slowly. How do you test the dry sump pump and whether we have oil pressure and whatnot? Like this. Drill with all pulley, and then I have a 4-rib belt running straight off the pulley. We'll put it on that, run it with full oil capacity, and we're gonna see if we actually get any oil pressure. I believe the Clio engine runs anti-clockwise. So if it's going that way, it means the pulley needs to go this way. Correct. I also have a clear tube on the oil feed line, which is supposed to go for the sensor. so we'll be able to see if the oil actually gets there. Here goes nothing. I don't see any oil. Hey, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Click that like button and that bell icon as well so you don't miss anything. Also, if you want to support my channel, why not buy one of my hoodies? The job I was dreading to do, wiring. Well, actually, not dreading to do. It was just quite enjoyable to make my own harness. But here I need to reposition a few sensors because they're in the wrong place now. Also, I need to add a few more. I'm going for sequential spark plug, not injection, for sequential ignition. Sequential ignition. So I need extra wires for that. Also the Mach solenoid, boost solenoid. Yeah, interesting. This is the state of it right now. This may look like a spaghetti, but it soon will be all sexy. So I almost rewired the whole car again. Like I said, I do enjoy it. It does take a long time. I've been at it for about 5 days now, obviously on and off. But I just wanted to show you something really cool. I absolutely love using those solder-on shrink connectors. They are amazingly easy to use. They make watertight seal very strong. I actually tested it. You solder 2 wires together and then a hanging weight of it, and it was holding 10 kilo lead weight easy on just a 22 gauge wire. So yeah, it's good. I'll leave a link in the description to Amazon listing where I buy it from. Not many people know them because I've seen quite a few videos online where people still twist wires together, then solder them on, and then, you know, tape them. I mean, please, you don't need that. You just cut, put them, heat them up, and it'll shrink around it with a little soldering inside. So it's perfect. Yeah, so right now I'm just finishing the new harness for wireless steering wheel control. Obviously we need power and stuff like that, and then 8 buttons just go back to the dash, and they replicate the function that the PDM, Cartec PDM does. Those are extension wires for power steering. And in here, obviously it's a mess, but this is just work in progress. But the good thing is this is done. As you might remember, there was 2 fake wires, so I kind of separated them. Made less plugs. This one goes to the dash, dirge connectors and everything, dash and gauges and stuff like that, and this will go under the dash in here, nice and neat. And we have those connectors, dirge connectors from the PDM, basically for the wireless system. Everything here kind of stays the same. Obviously, we'll tidy it all up, and yeah, looking sexy. Have you ever wondered why on all of those race car builds or whatever projects they never show you wiring? I wonder why. Because it bloody takes the bloody ages and it's boring as hell to film. Alright guys, welcome back. Today we have something special for you. It's another unboxing video. Hey! No, seriously, it is an unboxing video. Because today I have 5 boxes from Pure Motorsport. If you don't know who is Pure Motorsport or what is Pure Motorsport, I highly suggest check out the link below. Go to them. They are the absolute best gurus in all Renault, Clio, Megane, whatever, you know, you name it. Anything from brake parts, suspension components, engine builds, and anything. Legendary. So, I have the full shebang for my Clio because I am building the fastest one and it has to be the fastest. And as far as I remember, Nick's Clio used to be pretty fast. Anyways, enough of chit chat. Let's have a look what I have.
That's a good one!
Where do I start? Where do I start? We have 5 huge boxes. Let's just put some on the floor so we can open one by one and I'll run you through. This is an unboxing video, but also this is kind of a preview of what to expect in the next couple of episodes, I guess, because I will be fitting all of this to my Clio in the next couple of months, getting ready for 2021 season. Because I was always planning to do this anyways, but I did not plan to do it this soon. But fortunately, I guess, after Cadwell, whatever happened when the wheel came off, obviously I had to take the whole suspension apart, and I can show you what was the issue. Well, the issue was that the studs, they snapped. Why they snapped? Totally my fault, because my torque wrench at 110 newtons, when you have it on there, it's actually torquing at 79 newtons. So they were under torqued. I didn't know that. And I didn't check them in the morning. I thought I did, but I was too excited to go back for the second day. Yeah, so the nut got undone and then the wheel just snapped and whatever. And this is my roll center correction kit thing. It just bent the main pin ever so slightly. So obviously this is not usable. The wheel is trashed, need new studs. So effectively, not that many things went wrong, really. So it's all fully repaired, but I had to sort of take everything apart, obviously the shock, so the whole thing is in bits. So we ordered some special parts from Pure Motorsport. Oh my god, I'm already seeing it. I have a list right in front of me because it is quite a big list. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, this is pornography. Oh, guys, this is pornography. Oh my lord. This is better than porn. Honestly, Pornhub, RuskiWeld shit here. Well, actually, not RuskiWeld shit, Pure Motorsport. No, actually, not even Pure Motorsport, because they don't make this. They supply this, AP Racing Pro 5000R. And I'll let you a little secret. Pure Motorsport supply this complete kit now for your Clio 172, 182. Basically, they use their own 300mm disc. It's a 2-piece disc, and they use those calipers, and they fit under 15-inch wheels. The reason why they're selling this kit is because I asked Nick to to make me a kit like that, because I wanted to use those calipers. So he machined and designed and machined the special adapter that bolts onto the hub itself, the brake lines and everything. So now you can go and purchase this kit for your own car. It's not the cheapest of kits, but I mean, it's AP Racing. They're 4-pot calipers. I'm not gonna bore you with all the technical aspects of it, but I'm sure you can Google it. But this is just pure feel. So we have 2 of those calipers. We have custom brake lines, again, courtesy of Pure Motorsport. Nick designed it, so it's all. So it's literally a bolt-on. So it's a bolt-on kit for your Clio now. I will leave a link to the specific kit in the description, so you don't just go to Pure Motorsport website and you endlessly scroll. Actually, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. And by the way, I don't get any commission for selling all this stuff. I paid for this stuff, so I'm just recommending you Pure Motorsport, because half of my car, literally, at some stage, it has all the parts from Pure Motorsport. Another thing is custom wheel spacers. Those are 10 mil, and as you can see, because I'm going to be running super wide, well, not super wide, but they are 8.5-inch wide wheels, and basically those are specific for those wheels and my hub, and so we don't have to worry about the spigot rings and things like that. You know how much we hate them. And those are the brackets. I mean, look at the details. Look at the details. Pure. You see? I mean, Nick surely knows how to present you with a good quality product. I mean, all the bolts are high tensile and everything. So that's my brake kit. That is just porn, isn't it? That is just pure filth. This is amazing. Bloody Christmas came early, didn't it? Okay, let's open another box. What's in this box? One, two. Boom, boom. Thank you, Nick. Yes. Those are actually the correct size, because the last stickers he sent me, they were too small. And of course, I want to show them off because I like Pure Motorsport. Okay, let's open another box. What's in here? What's in here? Oh, okay. You'll be like, so what is this? What is this, Rusky? You will see in a second. You will see in a second. I mean, I can tell you what it is. It's, I'm reading, obviously I know. Adjustable wishbones. You'll probably be like, why? You already have wishbones that are reinforced and everything. Yes, but I want to run a lot more caster. With my wider wheels, they have to come out a bit more forward. And obviously, with this, oh yeah. Oh yeah, another new stud, nut and stud kit. Amazing. Because obviously my old one, oh, see? That's what separates a good company from some eBay crappy place that you probably buy it cheaper. I mean, not only Pure Motorsport, they state the strength, the composition, where they get the metal and who manufacture. They give you the Loctite in the box with it, the correct one. So you don't go and use some generic stuff you had in the garage, and then you know the shit gets undone, and you're like, oh my god, what happened? This is what happened. Okay, another box. Oh, I'm loving this. I'm loving this too much. Let's have a look. Let's try and not make this video too. Ooh. Okay, new bolts. This just looks amazing. 1, 2. Okay, we can only take one because we don't need to take another one. I have AST 5100s. Oh, they are so amazing. AST 5100s on my car currently, and I rate them very highly. So in order to run the new Laguna hubs with a wishbone kit, I needed to weld, because they're 65 mil spacing. So I needed to weld this thing. I mean, of course, I could have welded it myself, but I found a broken set of ASTs, I know, right? So they were reconditioned by AST, and they were welded by Pure Motorsport again. So, I mean, it's kind of cheating. Of course, I could have done it myself, but I had to send them to AST anyways to refurbish them because they were all rusted on the inside. Again, I could have done it myself, but they are professionals, and, you know, look at that. And I already took my shock of the car. Here we are. Here's my old shock. Here's the new one. And you can compare. You see, 65 mil, and this thing is a lot beefier. See, so it will fit seamlessly. And this shock actually is extremely easy to take it apart. You undo the big nut, and then it just unscrews from the body itself, like that. Boom. And you just slot this thing with a bump stop inside the new shock. I'm not going to do it now. We will do it later when it comes to it. So let's just hide this. But yeah, Nick, if you're watching this, I mean, I know you told me that, yeah, you can weld it yourself. I mean, yeah, I can weld it myself, but damn, that is sexy. I mean, check this out. Well impressed, well impressed. I could have never done it like that myself, honestly. So yeah, give credit where credit is due, 100%. Oh yes, it's amazing. It's just too much fun opening boxes and unboxing. This is a big one. What do we have in here? Honestly, it's almost like Christmas for me as well. Unknown, because I know the list, but every time I open something, I'm like, ooh, a new one, ooh, a new one. Those are Laguna hubs. There is a bit of a controversy and stuff. Some people say, why use the Laguna hub? You know, it's you know, the original one is good, but I have it on good authority that the original hub is not as strong as the Laguna one. This part specifically, it can deform and bend under really high loads, so it's just better and beefier, and the bearing is bigger. So when you're really pushing the car, you know, you kind of want every little helps kind of thing. Also, for the roll center, you see this? Yes, there is no cutout, so there is no pinch bolt. So this is basically how normal cars have them. You have your bolt joint that go through this big solid piece of metal, and then you have a nut on the back. So there is no play in it, and that's the reason why roll center correction kits can snap, because of that very reason. Oh, they look so good. They look very good. Blasted, zinc coated, and all of that good stuff with a new nut and everything. I'm loving this. All right, and now pièce de résistance. Yes, the resistance. the main component of this whole, in all fairness, this is where it all started. When I first contacted Nick from PU Motorsport, because like I said, I pretty much have had everything from them. So every time I look on their website, I'm like, ooh, what else do I want? And this is one of the things that I always wanted, and I'm sure I can probably make it myself, but you know, research and development and everything. And those are the wishbones. Okay, let's take them out of the box so we can have a look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to open all of them because there is absolutely no need. They are identical. So we can open this. Trying to move really. Oh yeah. Yes. Look at that. This is nice. So yeah, obviously it's rose jointed, and I'm not even gonna assemble it here for you now, but you can see. So it's fully adjustable with length, so you can do the width, the caster, and the whole range of movements. And it comes with its own roll center correction kit as well. Yeah, and you see what I said before about, yeah, let's start losing things. What I said before, you see it's a huge bolt, 12.9. You see it goes through the thing like that. Then you have your spacer, and it goes like that with a bolt straight through. I mean, can you see this sort of snapping? I mean, if this snaps, you have some other problem somewhere. And obviously, it's easy to take apart and everything. Just a bit of Loctite, and Bob is your uncle. What else? What else? Oh, you know what? That's almost it. No, actually, one more thing before I let you guys go and watch a video from Misha, for example, about the GR Yaris, which is, by the way, really, really good, apparently. He actually told me himself. Yes, he did. You know, us bloggers, we know each other. Nice, very nice. All TIG welded and everything. That's basically the plate that you weld onto your existing subframe. I can't remember which side this is. I think this is, I'll need to have a look, left or right. But yeah, you sort of weld it on, and your, Jesus, and your thing attaches to the new mounting points. And surprisingly, this is quite light, you know? Very nice. It's very nice. So, I think that's it. So on the list we have refurbished ASTs and strut to AST combat adjustable strut mounting plates, well done above the custom-made wheel spacers, Laguna hubs. We have adjustable wishbone package. We have bump steer adjustment kit, which is this. We have the AP calipers. You'll be asking like, where are your brake discs? Yes, the brake discs are coming. There is nothing special. I think he was just out of stock. He said, give me a week. It's not like I'll need them tomorrow, which is absolutely fine. Yeah, guys. Yeah, Christmas came early. So, unbelievable. I am really enjoying this. So yeah, thank you very much for watching this unboxing video. I will see you in next 2 or 3 episodes while I'll be fitting all of this. And again, thank you so much to Nick from Pure Motorsport for supplying all of this and creating me a Big Brake AP Racing 5000R kit that actually fits on the 15-inch wheels, which is amazing. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye. Don't forget to subscribe, and if you like this video, click like. But also, if you didn't like this video, if you didn't like this video, chances are you're not going to be watching this right at the end. Anyways, leave me a comment. Tell me that, no, mate, we don't want to see any more unboxing videos. Give us raw racing or something else. I'll still be making unboxing videos because they are exciting and people want to see what I have and bought and stuff like that, because this is what we do when we modify cars. We buy parts and we fit parts. So anyways, yeah, it's getting a bit too long. I'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye. And it's doing that at 100 miles an hour.
That's a good one!
A lot of you guys who have fiberglass doors, and I know a lot of people rock them, there is a big issue with them, especially on a Clio. I'm not sure about other cars, but on a Clio it's definitely quite an issue. They're flexing and starts wobbling at high speed. It's only the top part, because obviously there is no much reinforcement left. At higher speeds, above 100 miles an hour, that's not fun. And both sides do the same. It's quite noticeable, and it can be quite nerve-wracking when you sort of glance over it while you're driving. You're like, oh my god, is the door gonna come off? For the last 1.5 years I've been driving my Clio with this issue. Obviously nothing happened, but it's just annoying. So I think I found a solution. It's one of those. It's a Lexan window latch kit for Lexan windows. For some reason you can only buy it in America. Come on, UK suppliers, we need this stuff. Get them into UK. This thing cost me $200 plus $80 shipping, and Parcel Force charged me another £50, 50 quid for customs. But like I said, there is none of those solutions exist in the UK. The beauty about those things is that you can both lock it from the inside and unlock it from the inside, and also after I install it, I'll show you, you can open it from the outside as well. That's the whole point of it, because if you have a crash, then a marshal can actually open your door from the outside. And this is the little hook that you weld to your roll cage, and that attaches to your window, and in a lock position it's like that, preventing it from opening. And then when you open it, obviously you can open it, but then from the outside you can, and you lock it. So alright, it's an easy couple of hours work, well, with brakes and everything. Let's get to it. So I just made a little bracket out of aluminium tubing. The reason why I did that is because I think we're gonna fit it right here like that, and obviously I need to mark where it is, and I don't want to cut the old one, so we can roughly get the length we need. Snip it. Oh, it's a projectile. Fucking hell. Shorter version, and now we can see actually, you know what? We can weld it on the outside. You know what? I think it works in this position. All right, let me show you how it works. You close the door and then you simply push this lever, and you see what it does? It prevents it from flexing. I'm quite disappointed. Quarter-meat or whatever you are, LRJ, for $200. I'm not even counting the delivery and the custom tax. For $200, the bolts you provided and the holes, they don't fit. Clearly they don't fit. It's not just tight, they don't fit. I have to drill them out. Fair enough. I've drilled one out, 3.5 mil, so it fits. Again, this is in your kit, the little nuts that you provided. How on earth is this supposed to fit in here? This little tab is preventing the nut from being close. I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to show you. Can you see a hole? Can you see a nut? $200. Seriously? So what am I supposed to do now? I mean, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just file this a little bit, but for $200. I mean, this is what I expect from a $20 Chinese knockoff. Not good, not good. You're probably lucky that I don't have like million followers. Not yet anyways, only a couple of thousand. Because, yeah. For $200, and you couldn't even drill the holes the correct size. Unbelievable. And that's how you close it from the outside. You literally push it in and it's locked. And now you can see, yeah, no more flappiness. What I'm thinking of doing, I'll make a little template in Photoshop, cut the words push out, and then we'll use a bit of this green just so it's a bit more visible. I reckon we can call it a tutorial, because I have not seen a single video on how to fit them properly. I don't think there's that many ways of fitting it properly, but at least you know that the bloody holes are different size, so you need to drill them out. And other than that, I'm very happy with it. So as always, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if it's your thing. Click like, obviously, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Welcome back guys to RuskiWeldFab, the channel where I'm building a fastest Clio in the country. Well, I'm trying to anyways. Today we're gonna be creating a turbo brace support bracket thing.
That's a good one!
So after the shakedown session at Cadwell Park, I had to obviously check every single component that I fabricated and made, and I have to say that everything held up pretty well. The only thing that broke is the support on my turbo. If you can see it here, as you can see, basically the manifold is stainless steel, and the support bracket, which I said in one of my previous videos that it was temporary. This is basically a jig. So we have a flange attached with temporary bars, but you know what they say, nothing is more permanent than temporary. That is just normal mild steel, so I think with heat it expanded at different rates and it cracked. But it's all solvable, and I kind of knew that I was gonna do that in the future, but I just wasn't sure when. We're gonna make a brace. Essentially what a brace is something to support your turbo on a side 1D manifold things. Essentially you pick up some points on your head, on your block, usually make like a A-frame, 3 pieces, and you attach to the back bolts of the turbo somewhere here. So effectively it will be suspended on one of those little things, something like this. So we'll attach it there, and then we'll have all the bracings. I already took off the bracket that holds the compressor housing, so we're gonna make another one which is gonna extend at the top, so we can attach the rose joints to that. And then 12mm stainless steel tubing. We're just gonna make a little frame, try and weld it all very nicely, and yeah, that should support my turbo and prevent from cracking. So let's get to it. So now we have a little bracket that instead of this, it will hold the housing like that, and then obviously we can attach whatever we want to attach, and it will support it really nice. This is 3mm mild steel. This is only 2mm, so we're going 1mm thicker. It should be okay because those are the bolts, and I think that's enough. I mean, 1mm shouldn't really play much of a difference. Worst case scenario, I can always get bigger bolts. New support bracket, quite nice, isn't it? I love this cold blue stuff. Yeah, just supposed to hold turbo, and 3 little risers, little cups like that will screw to the block, and then weld the tubing onto that stainless steel as well, so we don't have to protect it from corrosion. There's 1, here's 2, and here's 3. So we have 3 points, and from there we need to run 3 lengths of pipe. In theory this should be enough. I've done my research, YouTube and Google images. That's how basically people do it. 3 length of whatever sort of A-frame-ish, and should hold it. So yeah, let's cut some tubing, measure 7 times obviously, and then do a bit of TIG welding. So we cut the first one, it'll be something like this. All tacked up, let's weld it on a bench. It's not a bad looking, I think. Yeah, Maybe we'll reinforce it some more. Let's weld it. Ba-bam! Hey, a little tripod. Well, in few places I can definitely say that I'm getting better with welding, especially stainless steel. In other places I can definitely say I'm not getting better, so fuck it, doesn't matter. It will hold, but yeah. So we have this three-legged monster and it goes like this. I think it will definitely serve the purpose. The purpose of this is that we're spreading the load onto the main engine block, not just the manifold, because they crack if you don't have a support. I kind of knew I wanted one, and I already said it, but I didn't want to go through the hassle, and obviously that bottom little support that was supposed to be temporary cracked, so I need to weld that. And I think I'm done for this little quick mod. Quite like it. Race car. Anyways guys, thank you very much for watching. I hope you learned something here. Maybe you haven't, but if you have, leave me a comment. Let me know what you would have done differently, and have I done anything wrong apart from you need to learn how to weld. Yes, I know. Thank you for watching. Click like, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh yeah, don't forget to subscribe. Let's not waste any more time. Take the subframe off because it needs to be blasted, because it's covered in galvanized, whatever is galvanized, and that's actually really poisonous when you weld it, so we can't do that. So we need to take it off, blast it. For that we need to take off the flat floor, few other brackets, the rest of the suspension. Yeah, let's get started.
That's a good one!
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way.
Let's not waste any time and let's get that subframe sandblasted, because galvanizing is poisonous and also is shit to weld. So have a look here, ready to go. Actually it would be nice to stick the camera in there, but I think it's gonna get super dusty and I'll probably ruin my camera. So we'll see what we can get. Yeah, that's the crap, that's the galvanizing thing. That's what we're trying to get off. Nearly done. Just had to replace the hopper with a bit more bits, and yeah, I wish I had a unit like that. Would have busted the whole Clio from the beginning.
1 hour later!
Yeah. Alright, let's take it back to the garage and let's weld that puppy up.
But tomorrow.
According to very extensive Pure Motorsport instructions on how to convert this thing, first we need to do is we need to take those brackets off completely. As you can see, this one has been modified, and I'm sure you've seen a video. If you haven't, the link is right there. yeah, they're spot welded. So we're gonna use a very fancy tool. Yeah, take the spot welds and start welding.
They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way.
Yay! New Christmas tree toys. 1.5 kilos almost. 4 brackets that we removed from the subframe. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna add a little bit more weight on top, but then it's gonna be lighter, the whole setup. So let's see how this fits. Yep, so basically that's how it's supposed to be. Had to trim a few places here and there. Obviously this has to be trimmed a little bit, and I trimmed the frame itself just to make sure it fits absolutely perfect. The key here is that both of them are identical width wise in here, and they have to line up with holes. You can see one here and one over here. So those two holes, they have to line up, and we can see that those two line up. We'll massage these a little bit. There's a bit of a gap that we can feel, but it's nothing major. And a little bit here, but then we'll massage that into place. Okay, I think I am ready to tack it, massage it, like I said, with my favorite tool, the Persuader. Actually, I need to get one of those, like rusty hammer shit, something on the side, custom one. Yeah, write me a comment below if you can make one, or you know somebody who can make me a custom hammer. Maybe not for using, but as a sort of as a piece hanging and stuff, you know. All right, another quick montage of me welding.
Yeah, OMW, nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home, I'm on my way, on my way.
130 mil. 130 mil. Yay!
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
That's about it. Even though it's been blasted and everything, unbelievable. It was just in places spitting and everything. Horrible, horrible stuff to weld. I mean, obviously the new clean metal is all nice and sexy, but the other one, I mean, it will hold. There's definitely penetration. There's some nice bits, there's some not so nice bits, so it will be all cleaned up, and then we're gonna have to paint it. And thank you guys, whoever been voting for Novichok Green, which is, I don't have a paint here because I ordered it. Should be here anytime next week, hopefully.
1 week later.
Well guys, you voted, I deliver. We're going with lime green. Well, I call it Novichok Green, but I think it's actually Kawasaki Green. I have my trusted supplier because it's a classic car. Let's paint it. I like it. I like it. I think it's slightly different color to Novichok green, but Kawasaki green, so happy with that. Let's feed the steering rack. I actually serviced it a little bit, basically adjusted the tensioner, and I put some more grease inside just to make it a bit more smooth. So we're all ready to feed it, so let's feed that, and we can try and feed the control arms and maybe the brakes. Yeah. So the subframe is on 62 Newton meters. This one 105. This one we have all the supports and everything. So the next thing is to feed. Oh, so comfortable, isn't it? Where are they? Where are they? The extra supports that are supplied with this Pure Motorsport kit, like this. The original one only has one support. This one has two supports on each side. They're all correct length. So we put two on this side, one on the other side, and one requires 8mm rev nut. So let's do that.
That's a good one!
Now it's time to swap the shock casings. As I said before, it's very, very easy. There is a nut on here. First you take off the adjuster, you take off the nut, and then the casing from the shock itself simply unscrews like that, anti-clockwise, and you simply pull this out. There you go. So that's basically your shock. We need something soft so we do not damage, because this is the important bit. We need to take out whatever that thing is called, dampener something, very carefully, because I want to retain those shocks in case in future if I need to swap the suspension and I want to sell the ASTs, if I'm selling them without, come on.
Later that same evening.
Here we are. So we need this part, and we have our lovely new shockers. I think the easiest way would be we'll put this on the shock like that. Just double check there is nothing in. As I said before, the casings have been refurbished by AST themselves, so they already come pre-lubed. It's a special PTFE grease. So in theory we can literally just slot this in and it should be good. Hop. And now we simply screw it back in. Wonderful. So now I have to tighten it, and then we put a nut, and then we put the adjuster. Repeat on the other side, and we are ready to feed them. I can't wait. Yes, so all done, all super quick. I actually was surprised how quick it was. According to Pure Motorsport instructions, we need to fit it without the springs on. I am planning to actually run softer springs, because the original ones I have, well, the ones that I had before, the fronts, they're 110 newtons, kilograms. I don't know. I mean, there's so many different designations, different measuring scales. 110. I have a set of 90s, so we're gonna go super soft at the front, and we're not gonna run anti-roll bar. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work out, but hopefully it should be good. Yeah. All right, let's fit it. Let's fit it all. To adjust camber, they come with those nice bolts with a welded offset washer, and that goes at the bottom. So we do it like Alright, so now pretty much everything has been assembled. The next step is my favorite two words. We'll put the wheel on, and now we need to adjust it. So I have this really cool gizmo that I bought. Who doesn't like tools? Silly whatever thing, not an advertisement. Very, very cool thing. I made a little plate that goes on here. Because of my wheels you can't really go, so it's as flat as possible. Essentially what this thing does, this is your camber, caster, and also kingpin inclination, which I have no idea what it is. And guys, if you know what kingpin inclination measurement does, let me know. Leave me in the comments. What is it? I mean, how is it important? I mean, why is it on this tool? I have no idea. I've never really heard of people speaking with it. Anyways, it's very, very simple to use, and I already done the settings. Here they are. So we're gonna have roughly 4.5 caster, 2.5 camber, and whatever kingpin inclination is. Right height will be set when we put the springs on. This will come in a bit later, because I'm still waiting for my brake disc, and actually Pure Motorsport was supposed to send it yesterday, so effectively today, tomorrow we'll have the brake disc so we can assemble everything. But the really, really, really important thing is the drive shafts. Obviously they're too short, the old ones, because the track width is much wider now. So here are my old drive shafts. Because they were sort of hybrid drive shafts, what I discovered, and this is bloody amazing, this is where it's been welded, this is where I cut. Ta-da! Effectively it's just been slotted, so all I have to do is put it inside. I know exactly where this is supposed to be, then check for the full motion of the wheel travel up and down, and then literally tuck in few places, take this apart, and this is going to be ready to be sent to satchel. Same goes for the passenger side drive shaft. The only problem is that there's not enough slotting. So what I have is I have this tube. It's slightly bigger in diameter, so we're gonna chop this bit off a little bit so it's like a sleeve, put it inside, weld it, and then this tube will go inside here and here, and we will be able to sort of do it the same thing. So this is the next thing, to do the drive shafts, and after that's done, this is gonna be sent away. That's it really. Bleed the brakes and we're good to go. Okay, so this side is on. turn the wheel straight. I mean, that's quite incredible. Have a look. Can you see it? Where's my torch? You see how much longer I need to make it? I actually had a spacer on here before. Oh, actually no, hold on. We need to make sure. Okay, so I think this is how it's supposed to be. Okay, so it's not as bad. So considering we had a spacer which was 20 mil, I think, effectively, yeah, as expected, we are gaining 1 inch width on each side, which is brilliant. So this is literally ready for tacking. I don't even think I need to clean it. I mean, it will weld. It will weld. So yeah, now let's put the nut on the other side and check for travel. By the way, I did not come up with this sort of system. I know it's been done before, but I definitely want to give a shout out to Pinderwagon, Nigel. He has a really, well, I don't need to tell you about the Pinderwagon. If you don't know Pinderwagon, go and check it out. But yeah, he has a website, and on there he described it very detailedly how he measured for his drive shafts, and I'm essentially doing the same thing. Nigel, thank you very much. So yeah, I am definitely happy with the travel, with everything how it is. So I think this side is ready to be tacked. We have 2 drive shafts ready for tacking, welding, so we can send them away. It was extremely easy, and again, thank you, Nigel. That's it. Take those bits off and now ready to send. Yeah, it's wide. I mean, I knew that. I'm really happy about that, but it's wide.
That's a good one!
Yep, that's about 1 inch wider, and the rear is significantly wider. So, what can we do about this all? I think this is more obsolete. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. And I have something else. This came directly from France. The name of the company is in the description. They do different kits. The 1600, the V6, and this one. This one is basically +1, they call it. So it's +1 inch. Here we are. Say hello. Yeah, get away. Come on, come on. I'm filming. Daddy's filming. So, we have a pair of front wings. Look at those. We have a front bumper. We have the rear thingy bobs. I'll show you in a second. And also, I got some brake duct things that I'm gonna modify the front bumper with. So, let me show you how it goes on. Yep, it covers it. And the rear will be something like this. Nice and wide. And the rear looks something like this. We'll have a nice little cutout here, because obviously the bumper will carry on. So now we just need to find a way how to seamlessly attach it, especially at the rear. I'm thinking I am going to trim this a little bit, so it's just a thinner lip, and then literally the easiest way, rib nuts and some bolts, just so this can be taken off. Also, I found a company who is going to make me the aluminium seals. They are custom folded by my design. This is the design, by the way, and the link again in the description. So this will complete it like that, so it'll be nice and wide, and this basically bolts into all the original spaces, so we'll drill, and we already have some mounting points. The only issue, it's the only issue, is that this wheel is going to be catching on this part. Over here. What I want to do is I want to put some dollies underneath and check for the clearance. As you can see, I'm running extra caster. The wheels are wider, so it's only natural for it to be catching. It's not a problem, just a bit of metal, so we're gonna be trimming right above this bracket, so that whole thing will go. And I suspect it's the same thing on the other side. The only issue is that I have this little scoop for my air filter, so we're gonna have to chop this all off and modify this ever so slightly. Chances are I'll be able to bend it into different shapes so it's slightly different. So let's get the grinder out. Okay, so now I put the wheel back on and it's jacked up fully. The suspension is compressed as much as it would be compressed statically, and I think we have enough clearance. I think looks like we have plenty of clearance. I'm not sure if I need to cut a bit more. Yeah, let's cut a bit more. Once you start chop, you cannot stop. Decided that we want to get rid of a bit more, so you can see just another corner just to give us this extra. So now we obviously need to protect this, because stones and belts, no. So we will make this template 0.8 mil of sheet aluminum steel, and we'll just sort of tab it sort of like this. The reason why I can't go fully is because I have my boost pipe for my intercooler supposed to be in this location, so it sits roughly like this. So I mean, it worked before, it was pretty much like this most of the time, because this corner is the same, as you can see. And like this, it was something like this before. Yeah, so it was fine. So we're essentially just bringing back this bit of metal. So let's cut some steel. Here you are. Wow, wow, wow. Let's cut and weld. So the driver's side is done. I'm sorry. So the driver's side is done. And just like that, boom. I didn't film it, but I did the passenger side. Ta-da! Literally mirrored how I did it on the other side. So plenty cut out, the same amount, so nothing is gonna rub. Obviously needs to be painted, but also because I decided enough is enough and I wanted to look the same, we made the same tubular frame for the lights and the bonnet on this side. It's pretty much identical, but because I did that, I had to reposition the pump, and I made this little bracket that holds the pump on the inside, so all the heat kind of stays in this area. And we made a new separation. Obviously it still needs a little bit of Funk Motorsport gold reflective tape just to contain all of the heat in here. And now I think we are ready to start fitting wings from MS Engineering. That's the French company I've been talking about. It requires a few brackets, especially here at the bottom where it's going to be held, because obviously we chopped a lot. So we fit the wings first, and then we're going to be fitting the bumper around it. Again, a couple of extra brackets, and most likely I will be using my, actually you can't really see it, the quick release sort of push button latches. And once the whole front is done, then we'll move to the rear and we will do the side skirts. So as I said before, the kit fits pretty much into the stock positions. So this bolt and this bolt, so that's all good for this side. On here, this will bolt in, this will use a nut. This one, for some reason, it's ever so slightly too small. So what I'm thinking of doing, because I'm just going to run this corner, I'll chop this tab off and then make a little aluminium bracket that will rivet onto this side, and then with a nut on there. Always put a small washer on the other side. Make it somewhat straight. Perfect. So we have 3 spots on this side, 2 on there, and the next one we will make a bracket that will obviously trim this bit a little bit, but the bracket will go from this corner and will attach somewhere here, and at the same time the bumper attaches there, so we'll make some kind of double bracket so both attaches here. So very exciting stuff. Let's get a couple of brackets made.
That's a good one!
We'll do exactly the same on this side. It's a little bit too short. I mean, theoretically the nut will go in and it will hold it, but because I'm not using the inside tab, I think there is absolutely no need for it. We'll do another aluminium bracket on here as well, so we just mark it, cut it, bend it, rivet it, done deal. 1 on the inside and will be 2 at the bottom, so we have 4 on this side 2 on here, and we'll have 1 or 2 on this side, so it should be enough to hold this. So both wings are on. It's a little tubby. Let's check the door clearance. Weirdly, the gap is way bigger here, but then again we can... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The gap is much better here, as you can see. Honestly, I don't really care. Ooh. The lens is a little bit dirty. Yeah, honestly, don't really care. I think I'll be able to, when this attaches like that, a bit more to the bottom. But also... Ah, I see. It's not sitting 100%. So we need to trim it in there a little bit. But it's okay. It's okay. As long as these 2 main positions are constant, because they are the same, as far as I can see. They would be the same, because obviously those little tabs, as you can see, the metal ones, I left from the original wing. And providing that MC Engineering made the exact replicas, then they should bolt into the same place. So now what I want to do is I want to try and put the bumper on, so we can see, because obviously the brackets on the side here, I want to make them sort of duplex, dual purpose, so they hold both the bumper and the wing. And for that we need to have a bumper, so we can see how it all fits. Just to temporarily, let's close the bonnet. It's tight, but it's okay. We can trim this ever so slightly. I actually quite like how it fits. Literally just needs a little bit of trimming. Ta-da! It looks a little bit weird for 2 reasons. One, it's a white Clio. Yay! And second reason is, I think MC Engineering, when they were designing this kit, I mean, as you can see from the bumper, they did not use sport bumper and a wing to enlarge it and make it 1 inch bigger. They made the original one, normal size, larger. That's why this actually looks so much wider. And in fact, it's just the original one is much wider, and it gives this illusion that the current ones, the new ones, are so much wider, but in fact they're only 1 inch wider on each side, which is what we want, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to fit it on a trailer, and then you'll need more spacers, more. It's just too many problems when you go super wide. I think 1 inch wider on each side is good enough. Very happy. So now, as you can see, we need to come up with some kind of system of brackets that will hold both of these together. I reckon because of the wheel it needs to come out quite far in, so we need to tie in 1 or 2 bolts here, 1 or 2, and then the same quick release from here, so the bracket needs to come this way, like that. That way the wheel is definitely not in the way, and we will be able to secure it in place. So let's make a bracket. Broke it. My trusted vice that I had for a number of years snapped it yesterday. Listen to Rob. Thank you, Rob. Was making a little bend. Those brackets. Brenda. Anyways, gonna have to order a new one, but we'll use this. I think it will bend it just fine. So I cut out this shape. We need to bend it here, here. Those two little things will fold and weld on the inside. It's fairly light, it's only 2mm steel, will reinforce it. And I think this will hold both the bumper and the wings. So let's bend some shapes. I have to say, it actually works so much better than doing it with the vise. So something like this. We just now have to repeat it on the other side. There's a few sort of reinforcements. I mean, it's solid. Should be good and fairly lightweight, I think. And it sits like this. So we'll bolt it from here, and then we have enough tab for the bumper to have the quick release. So now we need to repeat it on the other side. It should be fairly straightforward because I already have a template.
2 hours later.
As you can see, we are done with all the bracketing and all the supports and everything. This bracket I'm very happy with. It may not look like a very sexy piece of engineering, I mean, yeah, but it definitely serves the purpose. It holds the bumper, it holds the wing, and also it holds the headlights. So let's apply a quick lick of white paint just to match everything, and we are pretty much done for this part of the wide body conversion. The next step would be, the rear arch is going to be way easier. Done. Just glue it in place and it's fine. No, jokes aside, I think we mark it where we want, drill, rev nuts, then we're gonna trim this ever so slightly because we don't need this much. Then I have piping thingy that will go on there just to seal it. It'll be painted the same primer battleship gray, and then we'll continue the graphics on it, so it will look almost seamless. But then we need to trim the arch itself, but I think it would be a lot easier when this is attached. Then I'll be able to draw how much to trim, and I think we need 1 centimeter or so just cut away. And I am not exactly sure how it's attached and made inside. There is a chance that I might need to weld a thin strip of metal in there just to reinforce it. But yeah, let's attach this first and see what we can do. I think the easiest way would be to mark the holes on the wing first. I reckon the distance of 14.6, I calculated the total distance, so we'll have 6 bolts here, 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 and here, and here. Let's mark where we want the holes. Let's do the first one. Also, extremely useful tips if you're using rev nuts, especially if they're aluminium. Apply a bit of thread locking, Loctite, on the inside edge on here. What it does, it prevents water and moisture getting into whatever it's getting into, and also It seals it. Here's one. Repeat another 7 times and we're good. Okay, let's test the wing. And of course, some of the holes never line up. All right, what do we think? I think it looks all right. I guess when it's trimmed, when it's painted, it will look okay. As a lot of you probably noticed, and not probably, but most definitely, and I've noticed because I'm not blind, this is not Renault Sport bumper. This is from a poverty version, a 1.2 or a diesel or some crappy version of that. It doesn't actually look that bad, but it's not sport. In any way, we need air ducts for brakes. Doesn't have any. You're supposed to cut it out, put your fog in there, but we don't want that. The original one I had was the blank with just a normal thing in there. I'm not exactly sure what are they called, RS whatever something, but they're fiberglass. They look fairly purposeful. So now we need to fit them, one on each side. I'm not exactly sure how to do this because it's not a direct fit, because obviously this is not RS bumper. I am a little bit scared of cutting this because that's the only one I have and it's brand new, and if I cut a bit too much, I suppose I can always just fill it with fiberglass, so I'll probably just do that. So let's see.
That's a good one!
I'm not even sure how to do this. So I reckon if we have a look how fuck it, let's just pretend that maybe I shouldn't do this, but I really want those lights, so fuck it, let's cut it. Kind of fits, doesn't it? I mean, it will be aggressive. Obviously splitter and then a few things here and there. Interesting.
Later that same evening.
Literally making it up as I go. So something like this. I have applied some racing gaffer tape. Obviously it's not going to stay like this, but essentially that's the main wide opening of the mouth. So we'll have like this, and then we, as you can see, aluminium plate basically reinforcing it so it doesn't wobble, and then these places need to be filled with fiberglass and just all smoothed over and painted, and that should be good. But yeah, compare this side to this side. Yeah, I reckon it's race car enough. Quite simple. I'm actually quite happy with it. So yeah, literally filler all the way around just so it's smooth. Little rivet over there, fiberglass here, and then just sand it so it's all nice and smooth. Same goes underneath. I'll probably get rid of this fold. I really don't like it. I want it to be smooth. The top one, not too much effort. Maybe just this one. I'm not sure what to do with this. Perhaps, well, number plate is supposed to go there, but I think we'll just leave it. I don't want to put any more holes. I think it needs to be nice and smooth. Also, what I'm thinking, just smooth this over. It's not really a Renault anymore, is it? Well, it is, but I don't know, we'll see. But I'm really liking the results so far. So let's repeat it on the other side and take it to paint. About 75% of you who watch my stuff are not subscribed. Why not? I mean, you still watch my stuff, so just hit that subscribe button and that little bell icon so you don't miss any future content. It will really help me, and I'll see you on the next one. So for fiberglass, I've done it quite a few times and I enjoy the process, but here it's going to be quite tricky because I've never done so many compound shapes. So the idea is, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put gaffer tape on the outside, and then we're going to put a layer of fiberglass here and sort of trim bits we don't need. This will create a sort of a shell, and then once this is dry, I will be able to put more fiberglass on the outside, and that's going to be like a beautification layer. So then we can sand it, so we don't need to sort of build it up here. We'll build it up from the bottom, and then the top will just sort of go and smooth it all over. But I mean, this thing is fucking solid, literally. Even this tape will do. But no, let's do it. So this is what we have. It's all dry, all the layers everywhere, the bottom and the top. Fix this, and yes, I decided to fill this thing so it's nice and smooth. We'll have something else in there. So now the laborious job of sanding it all, smoothing it all, everything. It shouldn't be too difficult. Fiberglass is fairly easy to sand. Plus, it's not a show car, so it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. As long as it's nice and smooth, then we put a bit of high build primer and paint it. So let's get to it. It's dry, finally. Well, it was dry for a couple of days, but you know, the day job always gets in the way. I'm loving this, absolutely loving this. I think this worked out brilliant. I mean, compared to the original one, that 1.2 monstrosity or 1.4 whatever non-sport, I think this looks purposeful, and obviously it will serve the purpose because we're not going to have multiple brake ducts like before, you know, for extra air resistance and stuff. So we're just going to have one on each, and then we have canards at the top. So I think it's really looking good.